Mr. Speaker. Meeting of Parliament, Friday the 15th of January 2021. Suspension of standing orders. The Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move under Standing Order 7.3 to suspend Standing Order 7.1 in order to proceed with the laying of documents on the table.
Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to lay on the table the European Union Withdrawal, Application of International Agreements, Amendment of Schedule Order 2021.
Ordered to lie.
Suspension of standing orders. The Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move under Standing Order 7.3 to suspend Standing Order 7.1 in order to proceed with government statements.
Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried.
Government statements. The Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I chaired a meeting of the COVID Platinum Command Group. Together with His Excellency the Governor, the Deputy Chief Minister, the Minister for Civil Contingencies and the Minister for Public Health, and all other attendees, we considered how best to address the continued rise of infections of COVID-19 in our community. Today, Mr. Speaker, I can report that Gibraltar has already fulfilled 140,000 tests for COVID-19. There are 66 new cases in our community today, and 99 individuals are now considered to have been recovered from the disease overnight. That leaves 967 active cases. Importantly, under 1,000. For some time, we have been over 1,000, so today, under 1,000. To date, Mr. Speaker, we have had 160 people since the start of the pandemic in spring admitted to hospital with COVID-19. At the moment, there are 39 patients in the COVID wards at St. Bernard's Hospital. I say wards, Mr. Speaker, because we now have more than one ward with COVID patients. John Ward has in part now been adapted also. There are 11 people in the COVID CCU. That means we presently have 50 inpatients at St. Bernard's Hospital with COVID-19. Of the 11 in the critical care unit, 9 are on ventilators. This puts huge pressure on our GHA staff at the CCU, as those patients require manual handling as they are not conscious. I'm very sorry to have to report to the community a total now of 30 deaths from COVID-19. The last 2 have touched me deeply, as one was a member of my extended family, and another was one of my former teachers. With 30 deaths, every family will now have been touched to some extent by a death from COVID-19. And to think, Mr. Speaker, there was a time when we had avoided any deaths from this deadly disease. Mr. Speaker, our frontline services continue to be impaired, with the GHA and the RGP continuing to suffer a casualty rate in excess of 10% in each of people in isolation or positive with COVID-19. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, after a magnificent effort with the support of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office in London and in the convent in Gibraltar, and also the support of the MOD in the United Kingdom and in Gibraltar, in particular, of course, the RAF, we received our first doses of the Pfizer vaccine last weekend. There was, as honourable members will recall, huge expectation in Gibraltar, not least because of the weather, on the potential for the arrival and landing of that RAF A400 aircraft. Since then, Mr. Speaker, I can commend the GHA for a magnificent effort under the auspices of Health Minister Sacramento for a vaccine program that has gone without a glitch until now. Many have commented to me how well treated they have been in the process of making appointments and their treatment during the vaccination process. To date, 4,187 people, correct as at last night, have received the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. That's 1,215 frontline GHA staff, 28 GHA patients, 437 ERS staff, 152 ERS patients, 2,339 over 70s, and 17 patients at Ocean Views. And Mr. Speaker, most importantly, I'm pleased to be able to report to the House that no doses of the Pfizer vaccine have been wasted at all. But, Mr. Speaker, until the vaccine is in our bodies and has had time to take effect, our people remain at risk and our ability to deliver services remains at risk. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed in COVID Platinum this morning that the correct way to continue to see a downturn in the numbers of infections recorded daily is to continue with the restrictions on mobility for a further 7 days. We're seeing a downturn, but the growth is still there. We're no longer seeing 170 or 180 cases a day as we were a week or two ago, but we're still seeing high double-figure growth in the number of cases. The R number is now well below 1, likely in the region of 0.77. The curve of infections is coming down, but it is still far, far too high for us to safely release the restrictions. I must tell the community today that the restrictions are likely to be renewed again in 7 days' time. I do not take that for granted. We will not renew the restrictions if we are able to loosen them, of course, but we will be unlikely to be able to do so. For that reason, I also do not believe that it will be possible for us to commit to reopening schools by Monday, the 25th of January, although that will, of course, continue to be our aim. We will continue to work with our teachers in order to ensure that when our schools do return, they return in a way that is safe for our teachers and our pupils. It is more likely that we will still see schools able to reopen safely on Monday, the 1st of February. That now appears to be a more realistic potential reopening date. On St. Martin's, Mr. Speaker, we're working for an even earlier date of reopening if possible. We are conscious of the difficulties being experienced by the parents of children with special needs in particular. We will ensure our teachers are going to be in the very first round of those to be vaccinated beyond the at-risk groups, and the teachers at St. Martin's will be the first of the first. Until then, the relevant ministers are working to provide additional facilities for children and persons with special needs at parks, and the RGP are aware of the specific provisions in our regulations for persons with learning difficulties. An innovation, Mr. Speaker, that we did not have during the first lockdown, but which Minister Sacramento specifically carved out this time. That is also likely to be, Mr. Speaker, the 1st of February, the more realistic date on which we might start to see the lifting of all restrictions. If we can lift restrictions next week, of course we will do so, but it will be the numbers of infections that will determine that. Also, Mr. Speaker, it is important that I give the community a heads up that when we do start to lift restrictions, we will do so in a gradual and safe way only. I believe that we may see that as we lift lockdown, we may have to maintain a curfew, for example. We may also have to maintain some restrictions in other respects. I do not discard the potential now of a territorial restriction on movement other than for work or for medical emergencies. Also, Mr. Speaker, I will shortly be engaging with our catering industry, as at the moment we do not think it will be safe to open our catering establishments at the same time as we release other aspects of the lockdown. I'll be engaging directly with the Gibraltar Catering Association again in coming days. They have been extraordinarily responsible in the work they have done with us, and I look forward to that continuing active and positive engagement with them. Mr. Speaker, we have already started working with our business sector in payments under what we are calling BEAT 5.0. We will continue to do so. But what is clear around the world, as I said in my New Year's message, is that all nations are facing public finance problems, even the oil-producing states, as a result of the COVID pandemic. For that reason, we must ensure that Gibraltar moves quickly to undo the issues of instability that arise for our public finances as a result of COVID, and indeed the additional whammy of Brexit. In order to assist me in addressing those issues as Minister for Public Finance, I have appointed Sir Joe Bossano as Minister with responsibility for financial stability, alongside his responsibilities for economic development and his other portfolio responsibilities. That will enable us to work together directly with the Financial Secretary, Albert Mena, in addressing the issues which will arise as we cast our first post-Brexit, post-COVID budget for this community. This is something we are already working on, and Sir Joe has asked me to advise the House this afternoon that he is holding a meeting with the Financial Secretary this afternoon in preparation for this exercise, and for that reason has not attended Parliament. I know that we will all take comfort in this community from the extraordinary experience that the government can count on in Sir Joe, and the extraordinary ability that the government can count on in Albert Mena as we prepare for these new estimates. I must, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, thank our magnificent frontline public sector staff, all of them, in the GHA, the RGP, Customs, the GDP, ERS, everyone. I cannot list them all, as I will leave some out. Also in the private sector, our supermarket staff, the delivery persons who bring food to our homes, and our pharmacy staff are also so essential. I will have left people out. A deep thank you to everyone who has helped at all in this effort. Today, in one of our local newspapers, I saw a report of Francis Hewitt, a good friend, who is trying to be a friend to everyone he can by delivering what he can as necessary. What an example he is. He is one case of so many volunteers seeking to help as much as they can. Mr. Speaker, I must end by thanking everyone in our community for complying with the COVID restrictions. Incidences of failure to comply with the rules are low. The vast majority are complying with the rules. Those few that do not are letting themselves and each other down. So please, I urge all members of the community, help us to lift these restrictions as soon as possible by continuing to comply with the rules. Stay at home unless it is essential to go out. Go out only for essentials or essential exercise. Follow the rules, and together we will emerge more quickly out of these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to clarify any aspects of this statement that honourable members might wish me to address. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we said that the lockdown should continue. We issued a press release to that effect. We thought that our own internal tracking of the numbers since the lockdown had been imposed did not really lead to any other outcome as a reasonable outcome, because of course we all want to get control of this virus so that we can restore commercial and social freedoms. But having looked at the performance of the lockdown as it emanates in the statistics, the daily numbers that the government published, it became obvious to us in our own discussions internally that the lockdown needed to be extended a bit longer. So to that extent, of course, we think that this is the right decision and indeed the inevitable one. The Chief Minister mentions that the numbers have come down, and indeed in our press release of yesterday I did notice that the average over the daily average has slightly come down, but when he talks about things like, so for example, that we haven't had big numbers like 170, that is true in the last 7 days, but I was struck that on the 13th of January, if you look at the numbers of new positive cases over the last 2 weeks, the number on the 13th of January was the third largest number of positive cases. So we are still getting different and slightly erratic daily figures that can only lead to this outcome that the government has announced. And we would like on this side of the House to also acknowledge the efforts of the GHA in particular and all other essential workers, and indeed volunteers like Mr. Hewitt that the Chief Minister has mentioned. We think that they are doing an invaluable job and work and service to this community by everyone pulling together. And indeed, we also associate ourselves with the sentiment of the Chief Minister that it is not only the essential workers and indeed the volunteers, but we all need to pull together as a community to ensure compliance with public health advice to make sure we get Gibraltar through this. And that has been our approach from day one of this COVID-19 outbreak. I also note, Mr. Speaker, that in terms of the hospitalizations, and we're today talking about 50, and certainly from my own experience in the health service and health department many, many years ago, when bed occupancy levels were, in my mind, around anything between 160, 170. I don't know what they are now, but that suggests to me that a good proportion of the people in hospital, maybe between 25 and 30% of the people in hospital, are COVID patients. It might be a different number, but it does suggest to me that a very big proportion. And people need to understand that out there in terms of the pressure that that brings health service workers in dealing with a combination and a very different, isolated environment in COVID-19 patients and the exposures that they themselves are facing on a daily basis, which we appreciate on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, a number of issues for clarification, perhaps, that the Chief Minister could assist the House and everyone listening on. He has spoken about his intention to have a meeting with the Catering Association, and I have no doubt the Catering Association would welcome that meeting. Can he confirm to the House that the business compensation scheme that is in place and was put in place by the government will be extended until the end of the lockdown? So if businesses are closed because of the COVID-19 restrictions, nothing to do with them, of course, will the compensation scheme continue until that happens? He has spoken about the possible opening of schools, dragged from the 25th of January, now maybe to the 1st of February. That's a helpful indication for anyone planning their lives around, of course, the restrictions. Is he in a position to give us an indication of the kind of timescale, given his indication that restrictions will be lifted gradually, the kind of timescale that we would be looking at for the lifting of restrictions in relation to businesses? Do we assume that businesses will not open on the 1st, or should we assume that some businesses will be also open on the 1st of February? Has the government done any thinking and discussion itself, or indeed a COVID platinum on those issues, and is he able to give us an indication of the thinking? I'm sure that people will not hold the government to it, but I'm sure also business people who have had their businesses closed will want to have some kind of assistance and indication. On the issue of ERS, will the Chief Minister perhaps give us a bit more details about what's happening in ERS? I was struck in my own tracking of the statistics that on the 1st of January, there were 9 positive cases at ERS, and yesterday there were 128 at ERS. I don't know the total number of residents of ERS. It would be helpful if the Chief Minister did have a figure, or if some of his colleagues could assist him who have responsibility in the area. Does he know what the total number of residents of ERS are, and what that 128 positives therefore amounts to in terms of the numbers of residents? Secondly, on the 5th of January, the government issued a press release indicating how it was dealing with the outbreak in ERS at the time, and it said that it was introducing daily antigen testing, but it also said in its press release that to prevent the further spread of COVID-19, residents are being cohorted into bubbles to safeguard and prevent any further exposure. All positives, as well as their close contacts, remain in isolated areas. To maintain these bubbles, 30 beds have been added in Mount Alvernia and a further 24 in Bella Vista. Will the Chief Minister perhaps comment on that particular point? Because on the 5th of January, these bubbles were created, and yet the bubbles seem to have had almost no effect on the rise of cases. The cases have almost tripled since the 5th of January when they issued that press release. And a suggestion that it seems to me, at least at face value, that those restrictions or those measures that were put in place, which I'm sure were put in place by management with the best intention possible, but it does not seem to have had much effect. And can he comment on that? We certainly understand on this side of the House that we're talking about frail, vulnerable people in closed confinement and quarters, and therefore the spread of the virus is almost inevitable in that kind of environment. But, I think it would be helpful if the Chief Minister were to comment on that, given that the public were told that certain precautions were being put in place and they appear not to have worked, and what advice has the government got in relation to that, and how are we seeing a turn for the better at ERS? Also in relation to ERS, I'm receiving information from families of ERS residents that they are being called, some of them are being called with information about the state of their family member and in relation to a COVID infection, and some of them were completely unaware that the person had even contracted COVID. So a particular instance was said to me that a family was called to update them on the COVID infection of a particular family member who is a resident of ERS, and when they asked when did this person contract ERS, the contraction of COVID, the contraction of COVID had happened 7 to 10 days earlier. Can I ask the government to ensure that family members, especially when they are unable to visit residents of ERS, are kept better informed on the condition of family members? Also, by way of clarification, can I ask the government and the Chief Minister to comment on the reasons why Dr. Kumar has been appointed Acting Director of Public Health? Is there a reason for that? And then a couple of further clarifications, if I may. The vaccination program is, of course, something we absolutely welcome. And indeed, the vaccination on a one-dose basis or at least on a first dose basis, if I can put it that way, of almost 6,000 people is very welcome. But if it is a key to greater liberation, is the Chief Minister in a position now, having indicated to the House, or I think publicly last week it was at the press conference, that there was a possible shipment of further vaccines at the end of January? Is he now, 7 days on, able to tell us whether that possibility has now become a probability or indeed a certainty? And then finally, Mr. Speaker, we are reading a lot about the different mutations of the virus. The UK strain, indeed, was something that we discussed in this House some weeks ago. And now the hot topic is, of course, the Brazilian strain that has led the UK to ban flights from certain countries, and indeed Portugal today. Is there any work being done, any biological work being done in Gibraltar to try to ascertain the particular strain that is afflicting our community? And will the GHA or the government, is it alert to the work that needs to be done in respect of that? I appreciate that we're a small community with small resources, but but can they rely on the UK to assist us in trying to do the necessary work to ensure that we understand the pathology of the particular strain of the virus? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his support in the context of the extension of the restrictions for the next 7 days. I do note, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Gentleman started by referring to a statement he made, not in this place, yesterday. His statement was about an extension for 10 days, as I had reason to raise with him, Mr. Speaker. We don't believe it is appropriate to think of an extension for 10 days because the legislation would provide for an extension for a further 7 days, and we consider that we're bound to, for civil liberties purposes, ensure that we don't continue these restrictions for a moment longer than is necessary, and so we want to take the 7 days at a time, whilst giving the community a view beyond those 7 days. So we don't agree that we should extend for 10 days. We believe we should extend for 7, but we should already indicate that we think it is likely that we will have to extend for another 7, and that it is likely indeed that after those 14, what we will be doing is removing some restrictions, but not all restrictions. And I think it's important that we give the community a view forward, but that we restrain ourselves from announcing that there will be restrictions for more than the days in the period that will be provided for in the legislation. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is exactly right about the 13th of January. I saw that number, and it was soul-destroying to see once again a rise in the numbers being reported. And the fact is that today is the 15th of January. The incubation period of the virus is roughly 14 days. It can take a little longer in some people. We are still seeing, Mr. Speaker, the effects of what the interaction between people might have been in the last week in December. Now, there are some people who might not manifest with symptoms until now. This is how the virus incubates. So we are always, as the Director of Public Health says, we're always 14 days behind the virus. And so what we're seeing today is the image of the virus at least 14 days ago in our community. Then we had some restrictions, but it is true also, Mr. Speaker, I understand many people did not observe restrictions in the period at Christmas and thereafter, and these are some of the consequences of that, although I do believe the vast majority of people did observe restrictions. But of course, the nature of family life being what it is in Gibraltar, one person with the virus goes back into the family home, it's very likely that the people in the family home will then become infected. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is not wrong to estimate that it could be in the region of 40% of patients in St. Bernard's now are infected with COVID-19. And that is an extraordinarily large number of people to be in the hospital with just one affliction. And it puts a lot of pressure on the GHA for the reasons that I have set out. In ERS, the number I gave the Honourable Gentleman a moment ago of those who had been vaccinated was 152. Patients, or rather residents in ERS, would not have been vaccinated if they had been positive or they were considered to be in isolation pending a potential exposure. So the number of persons vaccinated is 116. He'll therefore see that, the number of persons infected is 116, the number of persons vaccinated at ERS is 152. He'll therefore see that approximately 40% or just under 40% of residents of ERS have become infected with the virus. And of course that is hugely concerning, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to take all of the ERS points that he made together, and then I'll come back to the points that he made in respect of BEAT, so I won't deal with all his points chronologically for that reason. But we've got to understand that at ERS, although he's right to say that on the 1st of January there were 9 positives, and the cohorting started then, we are 14 days away from the 9th. And so the decision to create those bubbles, which he says looks like it hasn't worked, actually, my submission, Mr. Speaker, has worked extraordinarily well. Because if you've got 116 people now manifesting as infected, go back 14 days, it's very likely that if we hadn't... Sorry, I'm going back 14 days to the 1st of January when the Honourable Gentleman told me that there were 9. The figure that the Honourable Gentleman gave me, I'm fully aware of it, I'm happy to give way if he wants to, but was 9 patients on the 1st of January, and the cohorting started on the 5th of January. And that's what I'm going to deal with. So if you go back 14 days, Mr. Speaker, the number has grown 11 times, in effect, since then. But it hasn't grown 50 times since then, because by the 5th of January, already there was the cohorting taking place. Now, we'll need to see whether those bubbles that were created by ERS management still lead to some of those bubbles now manifesting with further infection, because we're not outside the potential incubation period. But they haven't all manifested in that way. And of course, this is impossibly difficult. I mean, I don't mind telling him that the people who are working at ERS, like the people who are working everywhere else, but in ERS, I have to say in particular, are really working like we could not ask them to work. They're wearing PPE all of the time, which adds stress to them and to the residents. This is worse than awful, Mr. Speaker, and we have to recognize that all of the work that they have done has kept the virus out of ERS for as long as has been possible. It has got in, we still can't say whether it's got in through workers or through visitors, very likely workers. We all want to see visitors back as soon as possible, but we all want to see our elderly people safe as well. Hopefully, all of the 116 infected will recover, will be able to take the injection, will therefore be able to achieve that immunity, and we will be able to then re-establish visits to ERS. But many of the carers, and indeed many of the medical staff and the management of ERS, have themselves succumbed to the virus now in this much more obviously infectious strain. And on top of the work that they're doing and the stress that puts on them, they've become infected with the additional burden that means. So I do think that they have had a hugely positive effect by creating these bubbles, because we have 152 people who are not infected, although it hasn't enabled us to protect every one of the residents of ERS, which is, of course, exactly what we would all in this House, and no doubt beyond this House, and certainly the management and carers of ERS would have wished. Mr. Speaker, turning to the question of the assistance, the business assistance, and whether that will continue in place, the answer is that I think I addressed this in my statement on this. The BEAT 5.0 will continue in respect of any business that continues to be closed for as long as that business continues to be closed, which we hope will only be January. But in some instances, I'm already advertising the possibility that it could include continuing into February in some areas. What we hope to anticipate, and the Honourable Gentleman says that I will not be held to this, and I certainly take him at his word, but I'm being very open with the community that I've said that things change, and we make what we think are predictions today, which could be completely wrong tomorrow. We hope that we will be able to see non-essential retail reopen as from the 1st of February, but we don't think we will see, again, subject to change, catering be able to reopen from the 1st of February. And in those sectors where we decide that there cannot be a reopening, then help will continue. There is, of course, some help which was already in place until the end of March, and that will continue for businesses that are operating in the way that it was before, which is this BEAT 4.0, Mr. Speaker, which was the payment of approximately 30% of the BEAT to help them through this difficult period, even though they will be open and operating. It's not possible for me, Mr. Speaker, however, to give a more precise estimate of how we might be able to see a return of business activity. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman says that he's had information of families having updates on the progress of a patient with COVID when they didn't know that that patient had COVID. Mr. Speaker, I will certainly look into that. I have not had any of those reports myself. I know, Mr. Speaker, from my experience of those working at ERS, that their dedication to ensuring continued communication between patients and their families directly, or indeed, if not able to ensure that communication, to report to the families how a relative is one of the things that they are most committed to. And they're really dedicated to ensuring that the fact that there is a lockdown of ERS does not mean that relatives do not have reports of the condition of their relatives, or indeed that they don't understand the ability, or they don't have the ability to communicate electronically, if possible, with their relatives. But it is possible that there may be anecdotal evidence of what the Honourable Gentleman reports. If he gives me more details, I'll be happy to follow that up. But I will put my hand in the fire for the staff of ERS, Mr. Speaker, because they deserve it. And I will say that these are likely to be in the man bites dog category, because they have done everything possible to ensure that relatives are aware of the condition of residents, or indeed are able to continue in contact with relatives throughout this extraordinarily difficult period. But that's not to say that this could not have fallen down on one or more occasion, with the best will in the world. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman has asked me why Dr. Kumar has been appointed Acting Director of Public Health. He will know, I think he might even have worked with Dr. Kumar when he was Minister for Health, that Dr. Kumar was Director of Public Health for many years in Gibraltar. Dr. Batty has had to take a short time off, and because we are in this period of pandemic, we have asked Dr. Kumar to assist us in this period. We have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that since the start of the pandemic in January last year, a whole year, not since the start of the second wave, but since January last year, Dr. Batty has been at a moment's notice involved in dealing with these issues. He has seen his family sparingly. Indeed, he was heavily criticized for reasons I could not understand for trying to see his family, but even when he was seeing his family, he was constantly on video link to Gibraltar so that we could continue to tap into his expertise. That takes its toll. It takes its toll on all of us, Mr. Speaker. I was able to get some time off last year with my family, and I was lucky to be able to do that. He was not, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we do have to understand that it is essential that we all look after our health, and we all look out for each other as well. Mr. Speaker, when the history of this pandemic is written, I think Sir Hales Batty's contribution to ensuring that Gibraltar dealt so effectively with the first wave of this virus, and as well as we have until now, but with the difficulties of the casualties that we have suffered, Sir Hales Batty's contribution will be seen as having been extraordinary. Mr. Speaker, yes, on a first dose basis, we have been able to reach a large number of our over 70s, not all of them yet. We do expect to be able to give the second dose in many instances very close to the 21 days. In the majority of those instances, we will not have to see the second dose be delayed as much as we might have expected in covering the 4 key at-risk cohorts. But, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to give the House and I'm not going to give the public details of the numbers of vaccines that we expect to receive and when we expect to receive them at this stage. I will happily provide them to the Honourable Gentleman, and the Honourable Lady and I have that data, and we can share that over a conversation behind the Speaker's chair. But we won't share this information for security reasons at this stage. I think it's important that we understand that from what we are aware of, it's essential that we are able to advertise when something has arrived and when it is going to be provided to the general public. But we have to be careful that we don't somehow create a situation which would be insecure for us in the arrival of the vaccine. What I can say is that I am now able to confirm that we will be receiving further doses of the vaccine before the end of the month, and we have visibility to a further delivery after that, a further period of delivery after that, which enables us to plan very clearly how we'll be administering those doses in that period, but I don't want to make that statement public now with dates, etc. I'll happily inform the honourable gentleman, and we will be making those statements public closer to the time. Mr. Speaker, the government and the GHA are, of course, alert to the issue of the different strains of the virus that there now are. As the Spanish Minister for Foreign Affairs said when she was confronted, in my view unfairly, with the possibility that Gibraltar had been a point of access for what some are calling the UK strain, she said there are hundreds of new strains, many of them originating and circulating in Spain, and we have to be alive to all of those strains. Well, we're alive to those strains. Indeed, we're already, Mr. Speaker, we considered today in COVID Platinum the imposition of restrictions like the United Kingdom on arrivals from South America, Panama, Cape Verde, and Portugal, which the Honourable Minister for Civil Contingencies is now pursuing. And indeed, we are also alive to the need to have better genetic understanding of the strains circulating in Gibraltar. And the GHA does have the ability to have information about that. That is being dealt with through Dr. Nick Cortez, who is consultant microbiologist to the GHA, as well as holding that post in Hampshire. But this information is not information that is quickly available, because in order to have reliable information as to the pathology of the strain that is circulating, you have to grow the virus, as the Honourable Gentleman will know. Indeed, I'll just remind the House that when the Prime Minister reported in mid-December that the United Kingdom had detected a more infectious strain, which is now, although it appears to have originated in continental Europe, being called the UK strain, just because they detected it, that detection related to a virus that had been circulating in September. So it took almost 8 weeks to be able to grow the cultures, etc., and be able to reach that determination. So, the virus, as Dr. Batty sometimes says, is 2 weeks ahead of us. The genetic makeup of the virus is sometimes something that we will not be able to see for some more weeks indeed, in order to be able to have the detail that we need. But we are very much on top of trying to determine the pathology of what is circulating in Gibraltar. The Honourable Gentleman will have heard me make the point, and I'll make it here also, that the behaviour of the virus, even given the social interaction that we have seen and would expect to see despite the restrictions during the festive period, the behaviour of the virus is so much more infectious than the virus that we were dealing with in the spring and early summer, that it suggests that there is a different strain in circulation, or different strains, plural, in circulation in Gibraltar. And determining that is something that we will do with hindsight, unfortunately, but we have to prepare ourselves to be dealing with that more infectious strain, and we have to protect ourselves from other potentially more infectious and indeed potentially even more dangerous strains by some of the restrictions that we will also be imposing in terms of arrivals from other destinations to Gibraltar. Mr. Speaker, I hope I've dealt with all the points the Honourable Gentleman has raised. Does he want me to give way to him before I sit down to raise anything, given that he's already spoken, or not?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Not because of that, but there was one question that I had that I omitted to mention, and perhaps he said that he could not discard, I think was his phrase, a territorial restriction going forward. Did he mean by that some form of restriction by which people would be released from a social lockdown in Gibraltar but would not be able to cross the frontier? Is that what he's meaning? And if so, in what circumstances does he think that that would be appropriate?
Mr. Speaker, yes, that is exactly what I mean. What I mean is that if honourable members care to look at how the numbers of infections are developing in Spain, there is now a growing call by the presidents of the various regional governments for a new national lockdown in Spain. Just this morning, there was a call by one of the regional governments, for there not to be 17 different regimes applying in Spain, but for there to be one centralized regime. Look, we could spend time commenting on this. There were times in the March and April period when people in Spain were calling for there to be a decentralized regime of controls, blaming the central government for all of the problems. Interestingly now, the regions are blaming the government for not taking a centralized approach. But the serious point here, Mr. Speaker, is that the numbers of infections in Spain are growing. They're growing in Andalusia in particular. Indeed, some individual has today said that some of the growth in Andalusia is the responsibility of Gibraltar, which is really, I think, impossible to fathom in the context of any logic. But it is true that in the municipalities around us, there still is a municipal lockdown keeping each person in the perimeter of each municipality. It is true that La Linea has one of the highest rates of infection. Gibraltar has restrictions on movement which are designed to ensure that people do not move around Gibraltar or indeed leave Gibraltar unless they are leaving for work, unless they are going for medical reasons. All of the restrictions that the Honourable Gentleman knows apply here. Because we know that many people have what sometimes is classed as a second home but is actually their primary home in Spain, although they may not have recorded it in that way for their own private reasons, we have not wanted to impose a territorial restriction on movement because we know that that causes hardship. That hardship is already provided for if their home is beyond the municipal limits of La Linea, because at the moment you can't go beyond the municipal limits of La Linea. But it is also true, Mr. Speaker, that we're receiving anecdotal information of Gibraltarians or Gibraltarian residents leaving Gibraltar to do things which are not permitted in the context of our restrictions in Gibraltar, and now doing it in a place where infections are higher than they are potentially even in Gibraltar as they come down in Gibraltar. There is anecdotal evidence of a lot of residents of Gibraltar seeking to leave Gibraltar on a pretense and then spending days skiing in the close ski resort in the Sierra Nevada. That is going to just put pressure again on us. And if somebody thinks that their skiing holiday is more important than the Gibraltar economy being able to come back into operation, or more important than relieving the pressure on the GHA, given the infectivity of this virus, Mr. Speaker, then we will have, unfortunately, given the rise of infections in the region of Andalusia and beyond, unfortunately, we may have to apply some territorial restriction so that people are only permitted to enter Gibraltar for the purposes of work or medical appointments and are only permitted to leave Gibraltar for the purposes of work or medical appointments. Now, that would be extraordinarily difficult, of course, for those who have what they officially refer to as their second home in Spain, but might de facto be their primary home in Spain. That difficulty has arisen for some people already in the past and now because of restrictions in Spain. The government of Gibraltar has not wanted to be the one to impose those restrictions, but I'm sure he will agree with me that we may be left with no circumstances other than to impose that, no choices other than to impose such territorial restrictions, despite the hardship that they might temporarily cause, given the rise of infections in Andalusia and around us, and given the gross irresponsibility that we are seeing in some ad hoc instances of some flouting the rules for those purposes. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, that is exactly what I was referring to, although I do hope that it will not be necessary for us to take that measure as we try and release lockdown.
The Honourable Marlene Hassan Naon.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the Chief Minister for his statement and his information. And I would like to say that we are extremely concerned by the situation in our hospital and in our elderly residential services. We do understand that now might not be the moment to engage in discussions about how we actually got here, but to actually all work together to make things better. However, Mr. Speaker, with an overstretched hospital, a full CCU, and almost 1,000 active cases in the community and over 100 cases of difficult prognosis in our ERS, I would seek clarification as to what plans are in place to stop our healthcare and care systems from being overwhelmed. So far, Mr. Speaker, there has been no mention of deploying the Nightingale facility, or why that facility, which has cost us so much, both in hard work and in financing, lies empty while infections continue to spread among our facilities, or how, indeed, we would source extra staff if necessary. Mr. Speaker, on the reopening of schools, which the Chief Minister talked about, constituents have made representations to me as to whether teachers will be vaccinated before the schools are opened, and in a way that gives them time to build immunity, meaning that if we're looking to open at the end of January, perhaps if that is the case, then they should start getting immunized already. I would also like to ask for clarification to get some idea of what percentage or numbers remain to be vaccinated within the groups that have already been mentioned and started the inoculation process. And also, Mr. Speaker, if the Chief Minister would be so kind as to explain further whether territorial restrictions will include air restrictions or from sea or simply just on the border. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that we support the lockdown extension as well as any other measures required to keep contagion levels down until public health officials advise otherwise, based on their scientific modeling, on trends, etc., and of course based on their indications that our healthcare systems will no longer be at risk of being overwhelmed. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Lady for her support for the measures that the government is putting in place and has put in place. I acknowledge the worry that she refers to. It's the worry that the government has shared with the community as a whole and expressed in the context of my most recent statements. Mr. Speaker, the question of what, with so many patients in the hospital and so much pressure on our ERS staff and GHA staff, what are the plans to stop the GHA and ERS being overwhelmed? I mean, this is exactly what I addressed in the context of my statement in respect of lockdown last week and the week before. The lockdown is required for that purpose, in order to stem the tide of infections in respect of those frontline members of staff, in order to ensure that we can somehow see the resilience of those key frontline agencies not being put at risk. That is why we have ensured that we have lockdown. I've given the House this afternoon the numbers of GHA and ERS workers who have already been inoculated, and part of the strategy, of course, is, Mr. Speaker, that as they become inoculated, they will have the resilience to be able to continue at work because they will not be at risk, or indeed they will not be as at great a risk of infection as they would have been in the past without the inoculation. In the context of Nightingale, Mr. Speaker, I addressed this question specifically in my press conference, I think 7 or 14 days ago, when I said that the Nightingale facility is now potentially problematic in one particular sense, in the sense that it is not possible, given the pressure on the GHA at this stage, to easily reopen it, because we would have to split our staff in the way that we would be providing for the opening of Nightingale. And during the early period, we had imported staff. Now it has become harder and harder and harder to obtain imported staff for a reason. Many more people are infected, and many more people are being recruited elsewhere also, Mr. Speaker, and getting them to come to Gibraltar is very difficult indeed. But in order to be able to provide a step before Nightingale, what we have announced we have done, and I'm sure the Honourable Lady will have heard me explain this in my earlier press conferences and will have followed the press statements of the GHA. We've created a step-down facility. That's why I referred to John Ward today. So as people need less care in the COVID ward, which was Victoria Ward, they're taking into the John Ward, and that enables us to use the resources of St. Bernard's. We already have a kitchen there. That is the base for all of our nursing staff in a what we think is better way to cohort down those who are on the way out of Victoria back home, but who still need some observation and some assistance, but not the full nursing care. And that's why we think that is at the moment the best way to deal with this, with Nightingale remaining the facility that we need it to be in the event that we see a further rise in respect of infections, none of which we can suggest is not going to be the case, although there is a downward trend. We haven't yet seen 14 days from the peak of infections, which could lead to a peak even further than we are now of hospitalizations. Today is a peak. 50 people in our hospital with COVID-19 is a peak. We just wonder whether that will come down now or will go up, and that is the key questions. Mr. Speaker, in the course of my prepared remarks, I talked about the vaccination of teachers. The vaccination of teachers after the 4 key cohorts have been dealt with will be one of the things that we are seeking to do first, so that they can be safe in schools and our children can be safe in schools. And I've already said that the teachers of St. Martin's will be the first ones to be inoculated. I don't think we have yet been able to bottom out whether we will be able to have the 12 days pass between inoculation of teachers at the opening of schools. It may be that we cannot have that period, but that is a matter that is being discussed by the Minister for Education with teachers and with, of course, the Department of Public Health and the Department of Health. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the giving of statistics as to how many of the cohorts have been already provided for with vaccination, when they will be provided for the vaccination, I'm happy to have the conversation with the Honourable Lady, as I said to the Honourable Gentleman behind your chair, but I don't want at this stage to be advising how many we have left to inoculate in a particular cohort, etc. We have to understand that we are in a race against time against the virus, but we're not in a race against any other jurisdiction. We are a small jurisdiction, and we may be able to inoculate a lot of a particular cohort quicker than other jurisdictions simply because of the size of Gibraltar. And we have to ensure that that is not used against us in order to deprive us of further doses of vaccine in the future, because some might point to how well we appear to have been doing, when in fact this is not a league table, this is not a boast for our community that we may or may not have done so much of a cohort or another, and we have to be very, very, very careful that nobody suggests that that's what we're doing. I'm not suggesting that that's what the Honourable Lady is doing, but the publication of that information at this stage could be taken by some as a suggestion that that's what we are purporting to do, and I don't want us to fall into that trap, because the important thing is that we vaccinate our key at-risk cohorts as soon as possible, and that we then, after that, vaccinate as many of our community as we are able, as quickly as we can, with the supply of the vaccine that is made available to us through the United Kingdom in the way that it is so helpfully being made available now. And therefore, I'm happy to give the Honourable Lady the information, but I'm not happy to share it across the floor of the House right now.
The Honourable Gilbert Likudi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that we continue to live through very difficult times. And it is important that we all recognise, and I think we all do, around the two sides of this House, the tremendous efforts that are being made by everyone to deal with this pandemic. And in particular, it is important to continue to support the efforts being made by our frontline officers, those in the GHA, the ERS, those in public health, and of course all the volunteers that are also helping out. The arrival of the vaccine, which we have already seen, which will continue to be rolled out, is no doubt a very welcome event for our community and indeed worldwide. But it isn't something that resolves the issue in 1 day, 1 month, or even in a few months. That's why we must continue to be on our guard. It is in fact very sad to hear from what the Chief Minister has said today. The death toll in Gibraltar has now reached 30, and I'm sure that the whole House extends its condolences to each and every member of the families of all those who have sadly died as a result of this pandemic, and it is also sad to hear the numbers currently in hospital and in particular in intensive care. There is one matter, apart from all of that, which I would ask the Chief Minister to clarify from his statement. The Chief Minister has referred to BEAT 5.0, the Business Compensation Scheme, and I note also that the Leader of the Opposition has referred to that and confirmed the Opposition's support for the continuation of a compensation scheme for businesses, and that is something that we must continue to do. Today there has been a very important, an important decision by the Supreme Court in the United Kingdom relating to insurance, in particular relating to business interruption insurance. Insurance companies in the UK had denied claims made by small businesses following closures and losses resulting directly from the COVID-19 pandemic. And the Supreme Court has said that that is not permissible, that where there is a business interruption insurance, then closures as a result of the pandemic are covered by that insurance. And Lord Briggs, in his ruling, and if I can just quote this, quote, "On the insurance case, the cover apparently provided for business interruption caused by the effects of a national pandemic type of notifiable disease was in reality illusory, just when it might have been needed, just when it might have been supposed to have been needed most by policyholders," end of quote. Can I ask the Chief Minister to say whether in his dealings with business associations, the Catering Association, business representatives, Chamber and the Federation of Small Businesses, whether this issue has been raised at all, whether anyone has complained about making claims to on this kind of business interruption insurance and that claim not being met. And can he confirm also whether it is the government's position that if a small business has a business interruption insurance on which it can be claim, then it must make that claim rather than just relying on compensation given by government under BEAT 5.0.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman speaks for the government when he talks about these being very difficult times indeed. The recognition of the efforts of everyone involved, in particular the frontline officers, as I've already said, but I think it will never bear repeating just how much work has been done, in particular by our frontline officers across the public service and by volunteers who have stepped up as well. And I think it is absolutely important that we remind ourselves of that constantly, not now in the depths of this moment, but in particular in the future. And I think that is going to be a key determining factor of how the public see the public servants of Gibraltar for many years to come, I hope. The honourable gentleman is right that the arrival of the vaccine is not an immediate end to the issue. The vaccine takes time to be deployed. Vaccine in the freezer, as I was reminded this morning in the COVID Platinum, vaccine in the freezer is useless vaccine. It's only vaccine in the arm that is helpful, and then with the period for the inoculation to take into effect. Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman refers also to sad numbers of deaths in Gibraltar, which has touched us all greatly, and extends his condolences and the condolences of the whole House to family members of those who have been affected by any such death. Mr. Speaker, I had been hoping to propose to the House, and I will do so now, that when we finish this part of the exchanges, once all honourable members who wish to speak have spoken, we should hold a minute's silence of this House in respect of all those who have passed away from COVID-19, so that they are seen and their families are seen to be in the thoughts of all members of this House. And Mr. Speaker, exceptionally, when we finish that minute's silence, I'm going to ask the House to make a lot of noise in respect of the support that we give our frontline services and our volunteers. So silence for those who have passed and noise for those who we must support for the work that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the statement that the honourable gentleman has made about the Supreme Court today. I thank him for that information. I wasn't aware of it. This morning I've been dealing with COVID issues and I haven't been able to catch up on that news. I'm sure the whole House and the whole community will welcome the information provided. He is absolutely right that in early discussions with business representative organisations in Gibraltar, they had put to us that they were being advised that business interruption insurance would not apply and that they could not make claims. And so this will be a very welcome statement from the Supreme Court. The whole structure of what we call BEAT, the Business Economic and Advisory Support Terms, were designed because the business interruption claims were being denied. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this will be an important factor that we will all want to take into consideration and businesses will want to take into consideration, because if they can make claims against those who have been taking their insurance premiums, then that is something that, of course, we will want to see pursued as a community, because those payments under the insurance policies are payments into Gibraltar, and that I think will be something very positive. I'm conscious the Honourable Gentleman has told us that this is a decision of the Supreme Court. Knowing insurance companies as I do, it is not impossible that they might try and see whether they can take it even beyond the UK Supreme Court, but that may be deemed now to have been a final decision. And if it is a final decision, then that will be very, very welcome indeed. And the Honourable Gentleman is shaking his head because I think he's indicating there will be no appeal, which is very positive. Give way to him.
Yes, I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. I have seen, in fact, a statement by the Association of British Insurance confirming that as a result of the decision, that all valid claims will now be paid. So it seems that the insurance industry is accepting the decision of the Supreme Court and will be paying on the claims.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is a bearer of even better news than I thought he was. So I'm very grateful that he's clarified that, and I hope that those listening who have business interruption insurance in this community, who have paid their premiums for business interruption insurance, now understand that they have the opportunity of making such a claim. And I think that therefore there is an important moment here, an important reassessment for businesses of what their potential for recovery might be in respect of the losses they have suffered in this period. And I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving us that information, that timely information, and for clarifying the status of that decision. And before, Mr. Speaker, I invite the House to take that minute's silence, I wonder whether other members wish to address.
Does any other honourable member wish to speak?
So, Mr. Speaker, I now invite the House to observe 1 minute's silence in respect of those who have passed away from COVID-19 in Gibraltar. Mr. Speaker, I now invite the House to bang its desks with vigour in support of those of our frontline staff and volunteers to show them the support of this House on behalf of the whole community. I thank all honourable members for that, Mr. Speaker. I wonder whether this might be a convenient moment to recess the House until 4:30, and we'll continue with another government statement.
Recess until 4:30.
The Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise to record in the Parliament that after many months of hard work, we have reached an in-principle framework agreement with the United Kingdom and Spain for a potential treaty between the United Kingdom and the European Union to govern the future relationship between the EU and Gibraltar. I will refer to this in-principle agreement during the course of this afternoon as the framework. In the process of doing that hard work, Mr. Speaker, we have kept Cabinet colleagues involved in the detail of the discussions as we've progressed through each stage of it. We have taken each step only after consideration by the Cabinet of whether it was safe, on the grounds of sovereignty, jurisdiction and control, for us to continue the discussions. Our Cabinet discussions have been an essential mechanism for ensuring that we shaped the framework insofar as possible in the context of the negotiation, in a manner that was in keeping with the leeway we believe we will need in order to ensure we have the economic opportunities we need for our future prosperity. We've also met with and briefed the Leader of the Opposition and the Honourable Lady and shared with them all drafts of the documents being negotiated. I've met with both of them last week and was able to provide them with final copies of the framework documents. I've been very grateful for their constructive engagement in this respect in our discussions. As I've already said publicly, most recently last night on an extended edition of Viewpoint, and in detail in interviews with Panorama and the Gibraltar Chronicle, the framework agreement is not in any way near final. This framework, in effect, is only an agreement to try to reach an agreement, and as such, it is not yet certain that we have avoided a hard Brexit. What we have now is the opportunity, but not the certainty, of a UK treaty with the EU in respect of Gibraltar. And it's important that I emphasize that, Mr. Speaker. This is the opportunity, but not the certainty, of a UK treaty in respect of Gibraltar. But there is a long way to go before that treaty can be considered to be likely, although it is now more likely than it was before we finalized the framework. The Foreign Secretary, the Right Honourable Dominic Raab MP, said yesterday in a written ministerial statement on the framework the following, which I think it is important to record in the House today. In the UK approach to negotiations, and this is a direct quote, on the future relationship with the EU as published in February 2020, the government stated it would act in these negotiations on behalf of all the territories for whose international relations the UK is responsible, which includes Gibraltar. We have worked side by side with the government of Gibraltar to honour this commitment. As a consequence of the EU's negotiating mandate, which it adopted in February 2020, Gibraltar was not within scope of the UK-EU Trade and Cooperation Agreement, the TCA. The Commission made a declaration alongside the DCA stating that this would not preclude the possibility to have separate agreements between the Union and the United Kingdom in respect of Gibraltar, and that it stood ready to examine any request from Spain in agreement with the United Kingdom to initiate the procedure for the negotiation of such separate agreements should they be compatible with Union law and Union interests. To that end, the United Kingdom, working side by side with the governments of Gibraltar and Spain, reached agreement on the 31st of December over a political framework to form the basis of a separate treaty between the UK and the EU regarding Gibraltar. We have sent this framework to the European Commission in order to initiate negotiations on the treaty. The political framework covers issues of key importance to Gibraltar and the surrounding region, including on border fluidity. It creates the basis for a bespoke model for Gibraltar's future relationship with the EU that will permit an absence of physical checks at the land border with Spain, and therefore ensure fluidity of movement of people and goods between Gibraltar and the EU. The governments of both the United Kingdom and Gibraltar judge that this framework provides a firm basis to safeguard Gibraltar's interests. The United Kingdom and Gibraltar are committed to ensuring that cross-border arrangements can continue in the interim until a new treaty enters into force. Arrangements have been agreed with Spain that include provisions for the border, goods and people, road transport, healthcare, waste disposal and data. In addition, the UK government provided financial and other support to ensure that Gibraltar was fully prepared for the end of the transition period. We remain steadfast in our support for Gibraltar, and its sovereignty is safeguarded. That's the end of the quote from the Foreign Secretary's ministerial statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Foreign Secretary for his support throughout the process of this negotiation. The Prime Minister has also been very supportive throughout, as have their respective teams. I thank them on behalf of Gibraltar for their strong support throughout this initial period of the process and their commitment to continued support as we negotiate the treaty with the EU based on the framework. Mr. Speaker, the House and the people of Gibraltar should all be reassured to know that both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have understood the need for a differentiated solution for Gibraltar's socio-economic and geographic reality, which is what the people voted for in the context of the EU referendum and our general election. I should also just point out that the TCA, that is to say, what we might call the main UK-EU agreement, does not cover any of the overseas territories. It's not just Gibraltar. We should just note that Gibraltar's exclusion from the TCA is not born just from the position taken by the government of Spain in 2018, but also by the EU's own position that it had no mandate from the governments of the member states in the EU Council to negotiate for the EU's overseas territories or in respect of any of the UK's overseas territories. It is also worth, Mr. Speaker, before I go on, that I should reflect to the House the statements yesterday by Mrs. Clara Martinez Alberola, Deputy Director General of the Task Force for Relations with the United Kingdom at the European Commission. Mrs. Alberola was responding in the European Parliament yesterday to issues raised by various members of the European Parliament, notably including Senor José Manuel García Margallo, in respect of the framework. She responded by saying the following, which I think it is important is reflected into the record of this House. Mrs. Alberola said this: "Finally, a word on Gibraltar that was referred to by the two Spanish MEPs that took the floor. There is no agreement yet. There is an informal framework, what the Spanish authorities and the UK authorities call a framework for the future negotiation and hopefully agreement between the EU and the UK covering Gibraltar. As the members of the Parliament know, the TCA, the agreement that we have now concluded with the UK, does not cover the territory of Gibraltar. So there was this intention, both by the UK side, by the Spanish authorities, and with the support of the Commission, to try to understand if there was a possibility to have in the future an agreement that will cover Gibraltar. This is what the Spanish authorities and the UK authorities have discussed in this period of time. They have concluded a paper that contains certain provisions and principles and framework. But this has to be developed yet in the form of the mandate that will be approved, hopefully first proposed by the Commission, then approved by the Council, and hopefully with the support of the Parliament, and then negotiated by the European authorities. So it is too early for me to say how everything will be organised, because this has first to be reflected in a draft, a mandate by the Commission, and we will need to take into consideration all the provisions that are, of course, very important, relating to Schengen, related to goods, to transport, to level playing field, etc., and then negotiate it with the UK authorities in the form of an agreement that we should not forget will be an EU agreement, an EU-UK agreement, and not anything else. So we will see this develop probably in the next weeks and months. The Commission, of course, welcomed very much the fact that the Spanish and the UK authorities were able to agree on the framework, and we will develop, and we will develop this in the future by the mandate and by the negotiations. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is the end of the quote from Mrs. Alberola. I think it's very helpful to have recorded the Foreign Secretary's words and Mrs. Alberola's words in the Westminster and European Parliaments here in the Hansard of this Parliament. This is the position, Mr. Speaker, in fact, that I've already set out for the people of Gibraltar. The framework is the basis for the negotiation now of the UK-EU treaty. The framework has no public international legal value of itself. It is not an agreement to prevent a hard Brexit, but it has enabled us to agree an extension not of transition, but of certain bridging measures to apply between Gibraltar and Spain and the EU at our land frontier with Spain. So for now, it assists us in having averted the worst effects of a hard Brexit as we continue negotiations. Mr. Speaker, I should also highlight that it was agreed that we would not publish the terms of the framework, at least until the European Commission had a chance to consider it. The framework had been provided to the Commission for them to consider whether and what mandates to prepare. It would not be right to publish the framework in a way that appeared to be designed to put pressure on the Commission, which was the last thing that would have been helpful. The framework, however, has now been published by a newspaper on its online portal. I'm happy to be able to inform the House that I had already provided drafts of the earlier versions of it to the Leader of the Opposition and the Honourable Lady, and had agreed to give them the final version, not for publication but for consideration, before the publication of it online. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the public should note that the position on publication of agreements in the parallel UK-EU negotiation also resulted in non-publication of notes of agreement. Indeed, none have yet been published. Only the treaty text that was to emerge was to be published, and indeed that is what has now been published. I very much regret that the framework has been published other than by agreement between the parties, and in a manner which has not enabled the EU Commission to consider the terms of a potential mandate ahead of the publication of the framework. Mr. Speaker, the framework for a UK-European Union agreement or treaty on Gibraltar's future relationship with the EU has the potential to enable us to reset our relationship with Spain and cast it in a more positive light going forward. But the reality is that the treaty proposed will govern the relationship between Gibraltar and the European Union in areas of EU competence. What happened on the 31st was that the British ambassador in the UK mission to the European Union, he is no longer, Mr. Speaker, the permanent representative, as we now formally left the EU, has written to the President of the European Commission confirming the UK's desire that such an agreement be negotiated and that the EU should seek a mandate for that purpose. Spain has confirmed that it too has written to the European Commission for that purpose. As we have been seeking to do, the framework provides that the treaty to be negotiated will deal with maximised and unrestricted mobility of persons between Gibraltar and the Schengen area. This part of the framework refers to something that will happen if there is a treaty. Spain, as a neighbouring Schengen member state, will be responsible as regards the European Union for the implementation of Schengen. This will be managed by the introduction of a Frontex operation for the control of entry and exit points from the Schengen area at the Gibraltar entry points. It is envisaged that these arrangements will initially be provided for a period of initially 4 years. It will also seek to address maximised and unrestricted mobility of goods between Gibraltar and the European Union, which could be something that forms part of the final treaty. This part of the framework is referred to as something that could happen if there is a treaty. We will also seek to reach agreement on matters related to the environment, the level playing field, social security coordination, citizens' rights, data, and matters related to continued document recognition and other ancillary matters. These are the things that matter to people, to our citizens generally, and to our workers in particular, to our businesses and to our entrepreneurs and our wealth creators. The negotiation of the framework has been very difficult. That is why we went to the wire right up to the 31st of December. And we concluded just in time to avert the worst effects of a hard Brexit on the morning of the 1st of January. Mr. Speaker, the important thing is that we should note that there are no aspects of the framework that in any way transgress Gibraltar's position on sovereignty, jurisdiction or control. And Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm on the record of the House that this is not just my opinion. It is also the opinion of all members of the Gibraltar Cabinet and as specifically confirmed in writing by the Attorney General of Gibraltar, Michael Llamas QC. I want to record my thanks to all members of my Cabinet for their advice and support as we have negotiated these arrangements. In particular, I have publicly and must here also thank the Deputy Chief Minister, the Honourable Dr. Joseph Garcia MP, for his work alongside me in the negotiating team for Gibraltar. I also have to thank Sir Joe Bossano MP for his specific guidance in each of the Cabinet discussions on this subject. We have been clear about our position on the fundamentals throughout, and the reality is that we could not have countenanced an in-principle agreement of this type if sovereignty had been on the table. For that reason, I also have publicly and must here also expressly thank the President of the Spanish government, Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, for the approach he and his government have adopted to this negotiation. From the moment that he first addressed the issue of Gibraltar, Prime Minister Sanchez has insisted that he wanted to look beyond the eternal issue of sovereignty. I also want to, in this House, to expressly thank the Spanish Foreign Secretary, Arantxa González Laya, for her work and sensitivity and her own very, very personal efforts in getting a mutually acceptable framework over the line, as well as the efforts of Spanish Secretary of State for Europe, Juan González Barba. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we reflect that this framework is, of course, imperfect. There is still a lot to be negotiated. Matters related to goods are, of course, concerning for us, as we have no experience of the Common Customs Union. We're not going to join it, but we are considering a bespoke arrangement with it which permits potential suppression of customs controls. This will require an in-depth consideration of issues with our business community. We have already established a treaty liaison and advisory committee to advise us on these matters. The Minister for Economic Development is already looking at these issues also. He has the benefit of being the only one of our number who was a member of this House when the decision was rightly made then by the then government, with the support of the House, not to enter the Common Customs Union in 1972 when we joined the European Union, then the European Economic Community, of course. We will get this right by working together and analysing together. And for those who want to see us create shared prosperity, I say this: remember that Gibraltar will need to be an engine of economic growth, and to do so we will only agree to arrangements which preserve our prosperity. It is in that way that we will be able to continue to create more private sector employment in and around Gibraltar for the benefit of Gibraltar and the whole region around us. Mr. Speaker, this has been a difficult process, but we have been battling the tide of history. With this agreement in principle, we hope to start to see the future come into view. And in that respect, Mr. Speaker, we have to remind ourselves that Gibraltar has always sought proper and respectful engagement with our neighbour. We have always turned our back on Spain's attempt to strangle us economically, her sovereignty claim, and her deprecation of our institutions. And we know that we have to be careful, cynical, and concerned about any proposals to ensure that we do not inadvertently fail to pick up matters which could adversely affect our positions. But we have never been the aggressor, and we have never been the ones who have sought to put barriers between us. That has best been seen in the result of the referendum and in the support we have had for our plan to establish a link with the Schengen area, whilst at the same time ensuring we strengthen our post-Brexit economic planning. Now, with this framework, we can be at the beginning of the creation of this fabled area of shared prosperity. And that is what we want to see: greater economic growth, which will greatly benefit our people and will greatly benefit the people of the area around us. We want to see greater cooperation, which will greatly benefit our people and will greatly benefit the people of the area around us also. And we want to see greater prosperity become a material reality for the whole of Gibraltar and the whole of the region around us. But there is still a long road to go, still a negotiation to be undertaken. There is still a treaty to be finalised for which the EU does not yet even have a mandate. I am confident there will be a mandate, and I hope that there will be a treaty. It is that treaty that we will negotiate like hawks to ensure that there is no cession of sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control. And it is that treaty that we will have to scrutinise to ensure that we have made no cession of sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control. That, however, Mr. Speaker, is not what today's statement is about. That is what the debate on the treaty, if we achieve one, will be about. Mr. Speaker, as I've already done in respect of Panorama, The Chronicle, GBC, and yesterday, The People on Viewpoint, I'm happy to answer any requests for clarification that honourable members may have. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, our position has been long-standing in respect of our exit from the European Union. Our position has been for a long, long time that we want a safe and beneficial agreement, and we hope at the end of this process that we get a treaty that works and fulfills that, because that has always been the position the opposition has taken, knowing that we were leaving the European Union. Indeed, when the agreement of principles was announced on the 31st of December, there was a sort of widespread sense of relief in Gibraltar, because, of course, we were down to the wire, to use the Chief Minister's phrase, and the text wasn't known then, but we were told a few hours before that there had been an agreement, and we cautiously welcomed that, the announcement that there had been an agreement. But of course the text was not known of the agreement at that stage, not even by us. The last time that we had seen a text, a framework, a draft of the non-paper was on the 14th of December, and we'd seen none thereafter until, of course, it had been leaked, and the Chief Minister gave us a copy on the 11th of January, this Monday. But of course, now the text is public, so people have a chance to see for themselves what the agreement of the framework of principles says, and they can form a judgment on it. And I do observe myself, and of course, as the Chief Minister has said, that this is not a binding legal agreement. The binding legal agreement will come if and when the treaty happens. So I temper our comments on that score, knowing that this is not a binding agreement, and it is important, of course, to see the draft treaty when it emerges. Although, of course, the fact that other political agreements have not been binding either, and I have in mind the Lisbon Agreement, the Brussels Agreement, the Airport Agreement, or indeed the Cordoba Agreement, all those were political agreements. It didn't stop people commenting rightly or forming a view on the principles contained in those agreements. And so should we and the public at large on the principles contained in this agreement. Mr. Speaker, there has been wall-to-wall coverage, first on the announcement, comment on the announcement without people seeing the text of the agreement, and since Monday, having the text been leaked, there has been also quite a lot of coverage in respect of that, and the Chief Minister has done a number of media interviews in the Chronicle, the Panorama, as he says, and indeed last night, a 90-minute program on GBC Viewpoint. Mr. Speaker, anyone listening to Viewpoint last night, I mean, I watched it with interest, of course, because there was an opportunity for him to answer questions. Anyone watching it last night and seeing the Chief Minister reply on every single issue that viewers had concerns about, he allayed those concerns and said that there was nothing wrong and that things would be fine in essence. Anyone listening to it and then reading the document might be forgiven of thinking that they had read a different document. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Minister last night was at times so effusive, so getting carried away, and I understand, I mean, with the glare of the light and his desire to persuade people about the agreement that he had signed up to, but he was being so effusive at times that he sounded like a second-hand car salesman without the Brill cream trying to flog a cheap Daihatsu. Is it really the position of the government and the Chief Minister that there is nothing wrong with this agreement? Is that his position? Is it that his position is that there is nothing unacceptable in principle, or is it not the case, Mr. Speaker, that there is a price to pay by us leaving the European Union and negotiating in a position of weakness? And if so, what is that price? Isn't that the real perspective and the real basis of the debate we need to be having? And isn't that what the people of Gibraltar should be being told? That there is that reality of where we were. Mr. Speaker, we want an agreement. We have said so often. But when I look at the framework, which was shown to us leaked by Al Bais on the 11th of January and handed to me in person by the Chief Minister, and indeed I look at previous versions, I have to say, we have serious reservations on the content of the framework of principles. And by that I mean on the concessions on jurisdiction and control and the bilateralism and the possibility of Spain gaining economic and administrative controls which build on already the MOUs and the new MOUs that will come, or the tax treaty, and that those economic controls will affect our economy and our sustainability going forward. And we have also got serious reservations about why we are where we are. Ultimately, we found ourselves in a situation where the UK has a treaty, a 1,400-page treaty, and we have an 8-page document of principles that may or may not end up in a deal. As the Chief Minister says, we have the opportunity, but not the certainty of a treaty. The UK has a treaty. So in terms of clarification, does the Chief Minister think that this agreement of principles is entirely acceptable, or does he, in fact, view it as an imperfect document where you have to give and take, and that is the proper perspective of the agreement that he and his government have signed up to? Does he think this is a good agreement? Have we given anything away? Is he content with the political and legal responsibilities that Spain would get if there is a treaty on this basis? Does he think the economic responsibilities that Spain would be getting are acceptable? Is he not concerned about the economic handle that Spain could get? If a bespoke customs union arrangement is entered into, there would not only be Schengen checks at the port and airport, there would also be customs checks. Who would conduct those customs checks? There is a reference in the framework of principles to EU customs. What is that supposed to mean? Aren't we left with, isn't the proper construction of the agreement in relation to the Frontex arrangement, that after the end of 4 years, we are left with the conundrum of a hard Brexit of Spanish officers? Does he think that that is a good agreement, where we are simply kicking the can down the road and let's see what happens in 4 years' time? Let's face that difficult crossroads then. Shouldn't we be dealing with it? Is the government seeking to improve the agreement when it comes to the treaty negotiations? And if so, how? Can the government assure people listening that Gibraltarians will not need to go through Schengen checks? Or is it the case, on a proper interpretation of the arrangements that have been discussed, that if Gibraltarians arrive at the airport or from a flight from London, that they would need to go through Schengen checks? Is the Chief Minister happy with the bilateralism of this arrangement? Because, you know, there was a lot of criticism of Sir Peter Caruana entering into the Cordoba Agreement, but the Cordoba political agreement was trilateral. This is an eminently bilateral arrangement, ostensibly so. The United Kingdom and Spain have entered into this arrangement, albeit, of course, no doubt with the involvement of Gibraltar. Isn't the effect of this agreement that there are concessions on jurisdiction and control, and indeed that even joint patrols of waters are being envisaged? Sorry, I'm not sure what comment that was. Mr. Speaker, is the Gibraltar Parliament going to debate the treaty before it is signed? Are we going to have an opportunity to do so? the Chief Minister yesterday, in answer to a question on a possible referendum, discarded it, I think, on the basis that he said he'd been elected on a mandate, and said that of course that was the position. But is the Gibraltar Parliament going to get an opportunity? Ultimately, the UK Parliament got an opportunity to debate the UK treaty. Is the Gibraltar Parliament going to get a debate to debate the treaty in respect of Gibraltar before it is signed? Mr. Speaker, the document was leaked, and indeed it is correct that the Chief Minister and I were discussing that a copy should be given to us on the opposition so that we could comment on it. And he will recall that the reason for that is because I wanted to be clear that if we did receive a copy of the agreement, that at that stage, given that it had already been entered into by the parties, that we would be free as the opposition to comment on it publicly. And that was the reason that we did not, in fact, agree to meet till the 11th of January. And he is right that he did say to me that he had come round to the view that we should have a copy of it on the basis that we should comment. But it is also true that that only happened 8 hours before I woke up on Monday morning to see that El País had it on the front page this Monday. Can he assist the House and the people out there as to what is missing from the leaked document? Because he has said in his Facebook post, and indeed I think he said it last night in answer to a question from Jonathan Scott, that it's incomplete. Does he not think, and while it may not be possible for him necessarily to publish it without the agreement of the UK and Spain, because ultimately they have all been in the discussion together, but does he not think, and does he not think he should convey the point to those other governments also, that having the document in its majority being leaked, that what is missing should also be published? I mean, ultimately, on Monday, he did give me a copy of this other document. So, does he not think that we should stop playing cat and mouse games with the public? I appreciate that there might have been a desire by governments not to publish until the European Commission took a view on certain things, and I respect that. And he knows I respect that because we have been in discussions about the negotiations. And I have always respected that confidentiality because I know they're sensitive negotiations. But does he not think now that it was on the front page of El País and that the non-paper was leaked, even the letter of the Spanish government to the European Commission has been leaked? Does he not think that we might as well have the whole document out there so that people can form a view? Mr. Speaker, my concern listening to the Chief Minister, not just today, but also, not so much today, but more so yesterday actually, is that a lot of what is being said of how the arrangements will work, I appreciate the positivity and the spin that he puts to it, but when you pick up the document, when the Chief Minister explains how things are going to work and you pick up the document hoping to find that explanation in there, it's not actually there. So, isn't it in fact the case that all of this is up for grabs and it's for the detail in the treaty, and at best all we are getting is an expression of how he would like it to work out if and when a treaty is negotiated that is favourable to Gibraltar. But for now, all we are left with is the framework of principles that does not assist at all, actually, in telling you how the detail is going to work in practice, because there are different views. González Laya takes a view on how a certain part of the agreement is going to work, and he takes a completely different one. what assurances will the government seek in the negotiations of the treaty to ensure that the treaty will be complied with by Spain? I mean, ultimately, Spain doesn't have a very good track record in compliance with international treaties in relation to Gibraltar. The 1713 treaty was ignored almost as soon as it was signed, as he very poignantly said last night on the Viewpoint program. Before the ink was dry on the quills, I think he said, before the ink was dry, they had ignored it. So what safeguards are going to be put into this treaty to ensure, I know it's an EU-UK treaty, but ultimately the EU is now, if it was a members club that we complained was always on the side of Spain rather than Britain, it's now a members club that undeniably will listen to its member, and we are not in it anymore. So there needs to be safeguards. And what happened, Mr. Speaker, to what was being proclaimed with great fervour about the fact that as the relations between the Gibraltar government and the British government was so good, between the Chief Minister and Mrs. May, and between the Chief Minister and Mr. Johnson, to the point that he gave him a baby grow when his child was born. What happened to the UK negotiating for Gibraltar because Gibraltar was part of the British family? What happened to the fact that we thought, and Gibraltar thought, that if there was going to be a treaty, there would be a UK treaty, there would be a treaty, there would be an agreement on exit that Gibraltar would also benefit from? What happened to that, given that we have a scenario today, as we face it today, as we face the reality today, that we have a 1,400-page treaty that the UK are going to enjoy, given its own objectives, which are different to Gibraltar, and we are left with a situation where we have a framework of principles and, as the Chief Minister says, the opportunity, but not the certainty of a treaty. In other words, the real prospect that at the end of this 6-month period, we might not even have a treaty at all, that hard Brexit could happen on the 1st of July. What assurances has he got from the UK that it will ensure that we get a treaty? They will have wrapped up theirs by February. Isn't it a fact that we are here not knowing if we're going to have a hard Brexit on the 1st of July, the only territory to be so exposed because Northern Ireland has been protected, because there has been a failure of the UK government or a failure of his government, or who else is it to blame? Or should we at least, Mr. Speaker, not temper his excitement and sense of relief with the reality that we haven't actually achieved anything yet?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman has risen to deal with probably one of the most seminal issues that will define the lifetime of this Parliament, and has decided that he wants to go down the road of name-calling and caricature by making reference to the way that he wishes to characterize what he said was my selling, in his phraseology, style, and even references to the color and style of my hair. I'm surprised, because he often seeks to characterize himself as different, especially when it comes to issues which are of seminal importance. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have done him the credit, every time that I have been asked or commented about this, to say that in the context of the discussions that we have had behind closed doors, he has always been constructive. And I will not change that characterization. I want to start my response to him calling me a second-hand car salesman with slick-backed hair by emphasizing how constructive and positive he has been behind closed doors in assisting the government in the negotiation of this framework. I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, to the community that when the cameras are not rolling and people are not watching, he has been supportive and constructive in the approach that he has taken. And I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that different Keith Asabaldi with whom I have worked in the process of the past 9 months, and who has been, in my view, Mr. Speaker, only, and I know in the view of the Deputy Chief Minister also, only constructive in the approach that he has taken in assisting us, and I use that word advisedly, in reaching this point. And I will forgive, Mr. Speaker, that there may be some others in his party that are seeking to drive him to make attempts, because I don't think he's succeeded, at populism in parts of how he has dealt with this address today. And I will try and take away the veneer of some of what he has tried to do this afternoon and not rise to the mischaracterization of each other in the way that I respond, although, of course, it would be so easy for me to do so, but I will not. And I will simply address those of the serious points that he made in the context of his address this afternoon, because this is too serious. We're talking about casting the economic relationship that we will have with the largest trading bloc on the planet, and indeed, casting the mobility arrangements that we will have with the continent of which we are a part. And I'm not going to fall into the easy trap of having a ding-dong across the floor of the House, or indeed descending into name-calling, because I think that is not in the interest of our community. I'm not even going to tell him that he's let himself down in that respect, because I'm going to concentrate on his very constructive and positive approach when we have been discussing these issues behind closed doors, as I have repeatedly said. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman starts by saying that what he and his party want is a safe and beneficial treaty between Gibraltar and the UK on the one part and the European Union of the other part, which he hopes to see come. And I welcome that, Mr. Speaker, because that is also the position of the government. It's the position we have been setting out for some time. He talks about the sense of relief that people felt on the 31st of December. Well, Mr. Speaker, in the same way that he is right in saying that this is not a legally binding treaty, he is also right to have indicated that people felt a sense of relief. Because as I said during the course of my statement, Mr. Speaker, this non-treaty, this framework which is not public international law, at least has enabled us to agree bridging measures, all of them as yet to be tested under the strain of complete mobility. Both Spain, southern Spain and Gibraltar now have the restrictions on movement, which mean that we're not testing the mobility in the way that we will when there is free, unrestricted return to post-COVID movement. And so that is already assisting us. We are not in hard Brexit today, even though we are not in treaty today. We are hoping that these bridging measures can last until we have negotiated that safe and beneficial treaty. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is that benefit already. Mr. Speaker, he says that he cautiously welcomed the text of the framework before he had seen the final text, having seen the last text some 16 days before, on the 14th of December. I hope he doesn't mind me disclosing that what he said to me when we met behind closed doors, and I gave him the text of the treaty, was simply that there were very few changes from the last text that he had seen. Of course.
Mr. Speaker, what I said was that I cautiously welcomed the announcement, not the text, because the announcement had been made on the 31st of December when we didn't know what the text was. And yes, I did say that it was unchanged, but I didn't welcome the text. I hadn't seen the text We cautiously welcomed the announcement of the principle of the new agreement. We assumed that there would have been changes.
I see, Mr. Speaker, that the ballet on the pinhead has begun. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman knows that he saw the text on the 14th of December, and then having said that there were very few changes to the text on the 31st of December, if he gave a cautious welcome, then unless there had been huge changes to the text which vitiated his caution, I'm surprised that he's taking that attitude. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I'm just simply observing that all of us, no doubt, cautiously were pleased to see that we did not find ourselves in hard Brexit on the 1st of January. And Mr. Speaker, now a treaty is possible. Without the framework, a treaty would not be possible. And, getting up to observe that this is not a binding legal agreement is not the most groundbreaking observation that he has made in this House, especially given that that has been actually what I have been talking about even when I made the statement that he says he cautiously welcomed, and indeed the statement that I have made today. Mr. Speaker, the reality is, as we have all agreed, this is a framework, and that should not stop us from commenting on it, is not something that the government has tried to do. In other words, the government has not said, this is just a framework, please do not comment on it. Of course it is true that as a framework, it should be commented upon. In the same way, of course, as other agreements have been commented upon in the past. But he knows, Mr. Speaker, that there is a big difference between political declarations which are an end in themselves, Strasbourg, Lisbon, Brussels, and something which is simply the annotation, which was not intended to be published, of what will be a legally binding piece of international law. These are what are known in the lexicon of public international law, Mr. Speaker, as the travaux préparatoires. This is the work that goes behind the treaty, which can in future be relevant in interpreting what it ends up in that treaty if there is ambiguity in that treaty. This is not Brussels or Lisbon. Far from it, Mr. Speaker. And I think he knows that. And now, if he says that anybody who was listening to Viewpoint last night felt that I was somehow effusive, well, he will forgive me for not having watched Viewpoint because I was on it. But I did not feel effusive whilst I was on it. But look, one man can describe an object in one way and another can choose to describe it in a completely opposite way, and both will feel that they're describing it in the way that is honest for each other. Perhaps my natural state might appear to many more people to be more effusive than his natural state. That is probably true. But I didn't think, Mr. Speaker, that I said anything that suggested that I was effusive in any way. So, Mr. Speaker, without falling into the trap of responding in kind to his characterization of me and his physical description of me, which I think is an unnecessary way of being less than statesmanlike in the approach to this important debate, let me just say that he has started by asking me, as almost his key thesis, to recognize something that I said in my presentation. The honourable gentleman has asked me to say that this framework is somehow imperfect. That is exactly what I had said in the context of my prepared remarks, Mr. Speaker. He has asked me to recognize, as if it were to achieve in cross-examination a great admission from a witness, that which I had said already, Mr. Speaker, in the context of my presentation. I don't know whether the House recalls that or whether the House wishes me to refer exactly to the part of my initial statement where I used the word imperfect, which I cannot immediately locate by going through it. But it is, oh, there it is, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I just found it. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we reflect that this framework is imperfect. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman was asking me to accept that which I had already presented. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that there is a difference between us in that. And indeed, if the Honourable Gentleman wants to say that this is a document which is the fruit of a negotiation, and therefore, given that it is not the fruit of a dictation, it will contain things which we would not have dictated into the text if we were the only ones writing it, then, of course, Mr. Speaker, he will have my agreement. Because there has not yet been an instance when governments have met to negotiate something, and one of them, indeed, the government of the nation representing the smallest population, the only one of the three without an army, and that one of the three has dictated the terms to the other two. I mean, if there is an instance of that in history, I really do look forward to being pointed to it so that I might study it in greater detail. But Mr. Speaker, I do not think that the Honourable Gentleman sets Gibraltar up for the most successful negotiation of the next stage of the agreement, in other words, the actual agreement, the treaty, by asking me to accept that we were negotiating, in his words, from a position of weakness, and that there was a price to pay for these arrangements. Now, of course there is compromise in negotiation. It is not negotiation otherwise. But I don't know if the Honourable Gentleman believes that by asking the Chief Minister of Gibraltar to accept in our Parliament that we are negotiating from a position of weakness, he somehow strengthens our position for the negotiation of the treaty. Because I would have thought that what we all want to do together is strengthen Gibraltar's position as we go into the negotiation of the treaty. I think every resident of Gibraltar, every Gibraltarian, will want to see Gibraltar take this framework into a treaty that will be the best possible, safe and beneficial treaty, to use his words and words I have used before, for Gibraltar. And nobody can persuade me, Mr. Speaker, that the best way to deliver that safe and beneficial treaty for Gibraltar is for the leader of the opposition to get up and ask the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, as he heads into those potential negotiations, if the European Commission agrees to wind up a mandate to negotiate that the people of Gibraltar are entering those negotiations from a position of weakness. Neither do I think, Mr. Speaker, it is helpful to set out where we think our negotiating strengths are, or indeed to analyze where our potential negotiating weaknesses are. Whenever you go into a negotiation, each party does that for themselves and enters the negotiation conscious of that. And of course, in a democracy, we are all free to do that analysis publicly, but as the incumbents of government, we also have an obligation. Indeed, it is probably one of the most incumbent obligations on us not to defend ourselves when we are attacked, if in answering an attack, which might otherwise be unfair, we might give away negotiating leverage for our people. Because this is not about party. This is about people, about the people that we represent. It's about our nation. It's about Gibraltar. And if we have to suffer party political attack in the process of producing the best deal for Gibraltar, suffer it we will. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to respond to his request that I should, in clarifying my statement, accept that Gibraltar was negotiating from a position of weakness, because I do not think that is in the interest of Gibraltar. Although relative strength and weakness will have been analysed repeatedly by the public and by the parties to the negotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman says that when he looks at the text, he has serious reservations about bilateralism. Well, Mr. Speaker, there is, he will accept, in the text that has been published by a newspaper, variable geometry. There is in the text which I have given him variable geometry. What does that mean? Mr. Speaker, the treaty is going to be between the UK and the European Union. That is surely not bilateralism that concerns him. I think we all agree, and indeed later in his remarks, he, I think, accepted that the fact that the treaty is with the European Union is better than a treaty that would be just with Spain. So that's not the bilateralism that concerns him. I am sure that the bilateralism that concerns him is not the reference in the 4th paragraph to the language that he referred to in respect of Cordoba. In other words, the reference to the fact that there will be a political instrument between Spain, the United Kingdom, and the authorities of Gibraltar. Because that geometry is 3. That cannot be the bilateralism that concerned him. It cannot be that he is concerned that in the framework there is reference to arrangements, MOUs, etc., between Spain and the Gibraltar authorities. That bilateralism, that is bilateralism, cannot have concerned him, because if there is express provision for a recognition in that way of the competence of the Gibraltar authorities that Spain, in a document which has no binding international, public legal international value, but he says is as valuable as Brussels, etc., has recognized that there will be what would best be described, to take his description, as bilateralism between Spain and Gibraltar, something which has never been seen before, then I'm sure that is not the bilateralism that concerns him. That this framework is entered into between the United Kingdom and Spain, I am sure is the bilateralism that concerns him. But, Mr. Speaker, he can see that there is lateralism of many different sorts here. And he refers us to the Cordoba arrangements. But, Mr. Speaker, the Cordoba arrangements, he will recall, emerged from a bilateral statement. A bilateral statement which was purportedly of a Brussels meeting. So it was a bilateral statement between the United Kingdom and Spain that gave rise to that trilateralism, which gave rise then to the Cordoba arrangements, which he lauds. L-A-U-D-S, not L-O-R-D-S, right? And so, Mr. Speaker, he praises. And so, Mr. Speaker, he has seen an example of a bilateral arrangement giving rise to a trilateral arrangement, which he now praises. So therefore, he will no doubt want to appreciate that in this bilateralism, this bilateral framework, to take his analysis, there is reference not just to trilateralism to come, like the Cordoba arrangement that he praises, but also to future Spain-Gibraltar lateralism to come, which was not achieved during Cordoba. And that, I assume, he will consider is a positive emergence of a reference to bilateralism. But all of this, Mr. Speaker, in the context of the government insisting, as I have said, I said last night, Mr. Speaker, and I've said today, what is an imperfect arrangement. And imperfect, Mr. Speaker, because I just want to be clear, if the United Kingdom had dictated this framework, it would very likely have been considered imperfect by Gibraltar. If Spain had dictated this arrangement, it would have been considered imperfect by Gibraltar and the United Kingdom. And if Gibraltar had dictated this framework, it would likely have been considered imperfect by Spain and the United Kingdom as well, because this is the nature, absolutely, of negotiation. I accept that. But that's something that I've set out already. So I don't think anybody needed him to do an analysis which resulted in a repetition of mine. Mr. Speaker, and in terms of economic and administrative control, I do not accept that there will be absolutely any. The Honourable Gentleman and I have discussed this. There is no question of there being any economic or administrative control of Gibraltar. It is, in my view, not a proper reading of the framework to suggest that there will be, and certainly it will not be, in our view, what it will be acceptable in treaty. Why are we where we are, he said. The UK has a 1,400-page treaty, and Gibraltar has an 8-page framework. Well, Mr. Speaker, in that 1,400-page treaty, what there is less mobility for UK resident persons into Europe and less mobility for UK goods into Europe and vice versa. That is the opposite of what we want to achieve. The opposite. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that under his breath he is making less than positive remarks about my intervention. I'm not surprised. But he needs to understand that when he raises questions, I'm going to reply to them. I'm going to reply to them. And he might not like the replies, but it is my obligation to provide them. Mr. Speaker, absolutely, we wished to have been able to complete our negotiation of the framework, see the European Union wind up a mandate, and negotiate that mandate into a treaty at the same time as the UK negotiated its treaty, and to have finished to do so. But we were not able to find agreement. In other words, because we had to insist in the negotiation, we were not able to finish this in time. Does he think, Mr. Speaker, that it was possible, I suppose everything is possible, let me start again, that it was probable that the United Kingdom would have stopped negotiation of a £650 billion treaty in trade with the European Union in order to ensure that the Gibraltar arrangements were done in time? Because Gibraltarians need to be able to judge their politicians and determine whether they are people that approach negotiations and life and what is deliverable realistically, or whether we set ourselves up for such unrealistic aims that we might end up crashing the car and taking all the family silver with it because we just fail to understand what is realistically possible. So, Mr. Speaker, absolutely it is true, and it has now been demonstrated, that the United Kingdom was negotiating for the whole British family of nations, including Gibraltar, and Gibraltar was alongside there doing the negotiating for them for Gibraltar. Mr. Speaker, we would have wished, perhaps, that the United Kingdom would have used all the leverage of that £650 billion trade deal to help us in the negotiation. I'm not going to reveal the details of the negotiation. But, Mr. Speaker, was that realistic? I really do not think it is realistic to think that. And indeed, we were nonetheless able to finalize the framework in time. And today, we are not suffering the consequences of a hard Brexit. And, Mr. Speaker, again, he asked me in the context of his remarks repeatedly, but, is this an imperfect arrangement? Yes, it is an imperfect arrangement. And does it give away sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control? It does not give away sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control, Mr. Speaker. I have done that analysis already in a lot of the interventions that I have made, and honourable members have had the benefit of it. There is no economic handle given to Spain. Absolutely no reference which will provide that now or in the future. And indeed, all of those parts of the framework are under the chapeau of the part that refers to what could be in the treaty, not will be in the treaty if there is one, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Gentleman will have heard me say last night that it is not impossible that we end up with a treaty on mobility of people and not arrangements in respect of mobility of goods, or that those might take longer, or that the arrangements might not be as ambitious as we might wish them to be. Do we hope to improve some aspects of what may have been agreed up to now in the treaty? Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, that we would wish to improve what we have in the treaty from some aspects of what is in the framework. I have no doubt that that is the position also of Spain. In other words, Spain may have found itself compromising aspects of their ambition in the context of the negotiation of the framework, which they might like to see come back in the treaty. Well, Mr. Speaker, of course. I mean, it's not to say that, as I said before, that this was a dictation where we were able to win all the points. Far from it. The example that the Deputy Chief Minister and Sir Joe sometimes give me of the constitutional negotiations that he was involved in, Mr. Speaker, where the House voted, after the Select Committee, a proposed constitution. They came back with one which was different, where they had negotiated some things and not achieved some others. And there is still, of course, the ambition to try and achieve more in the future in that respect. Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, we retain all of our positions as we go into the treaty negotiations. But the ambition, Mr. Speaker, is that the fruit of those negotiations, if it is going to be successful, should be a safe treaty for Gibraltar that is beneficial for Gibraltar. And Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman then actually referred to criticism of the Cordoba arrangements. Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I recall all of the criticisms that I made of the Cordoba arrangements. I also recall, Mr. Speaker, the statements by the GSD at the time about cherry picking. And he will recall, Mr. Speaker, that when we were elected, we took the position that although we wished to renegotiate Cordoba if we were able to, we nonetheless believed that although they were not instruments of public international law, we would respect the fact that a former Gibraltar government had entered into those arrangements. We would perform against them if the other side performed against them, and we would seek to renegotiate those pieces that we did not like. That's how serious governments behave, Mr. Speaker. In fact, all of the things that were said to us about cherry picking in respect of Cordoba became the position not of the government of Gibraltar, but of the then government of Spain, that decided not to comply with the obligations they had acquired in respect of the airport, not to build the bits they had to build, to continue to take the benefit of the pensions, and yet, the ones that had suffered the accusations of cherry picking had been us. But I was not the person who wrote at the time of Cordoba that we had to be careful against the sharp-toothed wolf in sheep's clothing. That wasn't the GSLP Liberals, Mr. Speaker. That was the PDP condemning the Cordoba arrangements, which he now praises. Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I'm not surprised, but I mean, everything must be put in its relative place. So, Mr. Speaker, there will not be joint patrols of Gibraltar waters envisaged. What the Honourable Gentleman might wish to reflect upon, if he is going to do an analysis of that part of the text, as I told viewers last night on Viewpoint, not effusively that I can remember, but the reference to police cooperation being aligned with a reference to judicial cooperation. Now, that is an innovation if ever there has been one. Because the Honourable Gentleman knows that although our police have cooperated wholly in the past with their Spanish counterparts whenever they have been able to enjoy that cooperation on the Spanish side, and not just our police, our customs also, and all our law enforcement bodies, what has not been forthcoming from the Spanish side has been judicial cooperation. Now, in the 21st century, I think that's just unacceptable. Our police officers have always been prepared and on occasion have been called and have attended to give evidence in Spanish proceedings against defendants who are being charged with criminal charges in Spain arising from facts where Gibraltar police and law enforcement have evidence to provide. Never the other way round. So, if a drug trafficker has had the bales that he was trafficking in Gibraltar confiscated by Spanish law enforcement and not by Gibraltar law enforcement, the Spanish have not been prepared to come to Gibraltar to provide the evidence and to secure the conviction in a Gibraltar court of a drug trafficker. Now we are looking at that potentially being something that we might be able to agree. Look, I think that a lot of the debate in respect of the framework, the comment in Spain, etc., might scare the horses. We might not get to a treaty. But if we do, for the law-abiding people of Gibraltar, it will be a huge step forward that our law enforcement agents might at last be able to count on the support of Spanish law enforcement agents in judicial proceedings in Gibraltar. On that, what's not to like? I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that most people will see that the sharp-toothed wolf in sheep's clothing, as the Honourable Gentleman figuratively referred to Spain in his pejorative representation of the Cordoba arrangements that he now praises, is now taking a different, potentially, approach. But I've said we have to be cynical and we have to be careful because of the damage that Spain has done institutionally to the way that we can regard her. And so, Mr. Speaker, there were some at the time who sang the praises of the Cordoba arrangements. Indeed, they were impossible to describe as anything other than effusive. Indeed, even people who would not usually be described as effusive in their approach, but who in that instance were nothing short of effusive. Indeed, effusive, Mr. Speaker, is the wrong remark. Sycophantic in the way that they presented the achievements of the then government in respect of the Cordoba arrangements. Now, I will, of course, if necessary, deal with those remarks that were made at the time, in the event that somebody were to now try and turn on a sixpence and present a different approach, Mr. Speaker. Because the people of Gibraltar, like nothing less, Mr. Speaker, than somebody who changes their position on the fundamentals. Even though there are some who change their positions so often, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Gibraltar have got used to not having the highest regard for what it is that they might say. Mr. Speaker, will there be a parliamentary debate in Gibraltar before the treaty is signed? Well, Mr. Speaker, that is certainly the intention of the government of Gibraltar, that we will have an opportunity in this parliament to consider the treaty. But not just the treaty, Mr. Speaker. Not just the treaty, because the Honourable Gentleman, assuming he has followed everything that I have said, will have heard me say that it is necessary for there to be amendment to the legislation passed by this House for certain of the things that are envisaged to be able to happen in Gibraltar and to have legal cover. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is very likely that the House will not just consider the treaty, and if it is safe and beneficial, as I hope it will be, and I'm sure that we all hope it will be, that there is no desire for there to be anything other than a safe and beneficial treaty for Gibraltar. However, one might think that there was an attempt to sabotage this process. We will all no doubt wish to see a safe and beneficial treaty for Gibraltar. If there is a safe and beneficial treaty, and it comes to this House, and it is approved in this House by a majority or by unanimity, then there will be a need for legislation to give effect to that, because it's important that I explain, I think I mentioned it yesterday during the course of Viewpoint. The United Kingdom and Gibraltar common law jurisdictions like ours do not acquire into our national law the obligations set out in a treaty immediately that the treaty is signed. In other words, the treaty binds the high contracting parties. In some systems of law, which are called monoist systems of law, the simple entry into effect of the treaty makes that the law of the land. And citizens can sue and be sued, and the state has the right against citizens and vice versa, which are contained in the treaty. France is like that. Spain in some respects is like that, but France is the best example of that as the cradle of civil law, of a monoist system of implementation of treaties. The United Kingdom and Gibraltar are dualist when it comes to the implementation of treaties. Dualist, Mr. Speaker, because in the monoist system, one act of entry into effect of the treaty is enough for the treaty to take full effect. Dualist, because you need 2 steps for a treaty to take effect. The first is the entry into of that instrument of public international law, and the second is the act of exercising legislative power to give effect to the treaty. And in the context of what we're talking about here, to give the honourable gentleman the comfort that I think he's seeking, we will not just be considering the treaty. We will have to consider legislation to permit the things that the treaty will have bound us in international law to do. So, Mr. Speaker, if there is to be a Schengen passport check in Gibraltar, to explain it in this way, nobody can be compelled to go to the Schengen passport check unless there's a law in Gibraltar that compels them to do that. Just as there are laws in Gibraltar which require that Gibraltar immigration authorities be satisfied of your right and ability to enter Gibraltar when you manifest at one of the Gibraltar entry points. So, Mr. Speaker, then the honourable gentleman said that I had agreed, he confirmed I had agreed to give him a copy of the document. He knows that sometime before, not 8 hours before El País had published, some days before, I had said to him, let's meet. I've now got the final text. I'll give you the final text. I'll give the honourable lady the final text, and we can have a debate. And he said, and I think he's explained it, but I think I have to explain how we understood it too. He said, okay, but I need to be able to refer to the text, because I had told him that we couldn't publish it at that stage. So he cannot pretend, Mr. Speaker, and I hope he wasn't pretending, that I only said I would give him the text the night before El País published it. He's shaking his head. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, that he's shaking his head confirming that. I had already indicated to him I was giving him the final text when I first suggested that we should meet. What is missing in the leaked document, he asked, Mr. Speaker. And do I think that given that the majority of the leaked document is already out there, we shouldn't see the whole document? Well, Mr. Speaker, everybody knows what is missing from the publication of the text, because there is an asterisk, I think in paragraph 8 or 10, where that was going to be changed throughout the course of the negotiation, which refers to practical arrangements. People will see that what was published is now widely available, and no doubt has been viewed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of times, so I'm not disclosing anything. There's an asterisk that refers to those practical arrangements paper. So that is what is missing. He knows that, Mr. Speaker, because as he knows, and he will agree, no doubt, I have given him the practical arrangements paper. And so he knows, and I appreciate that he asked rhetorically, what is missing, and that is what is missing. And of course I agree that it should be published, Mr. Speaker. But for the reasons that I set out earlier, it had been agreed between us that those things should not be published, certainly until the Commission had had an opportunity to consider them and had prepared a mandate which will be public, by the way, because the Commission's mandates are public, for the purposes of entering into the negotiation. So it is unfairly pejorative, Mr. Speaker, for the honourable gentleman to say that the government should stop playing cat and mouse with the public, because the government does not intend to play cat and mouse with the public. The government would wish all of this documentation to be public. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there are procedures to go through, and given the relative interest in Gibraltar that there is in Spain, these things have now been published by a Spanish newspaper, despite the agreement of the three governments to give the Commission time to work up its mandate. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I think it is important in the context of this debate and salutary that honourable members should note that Gibraltar has been on the front page of, I think, every Spanish newspaper since the 31st. Every single one of them, at different times, for different reasons, all related to the treaty, or rather to the framework, but for different reasons. Gibraltar has not been on the front page of every British newspaper. I think we need to be realistic in understanding the relative interest that there is on the Gibraltar issue. If we want to do an assessment of our negotiating leverage, where it lies and what it is, we have to do it honestly. And I'm not going to do that assessment for the reasons I set out earlier, but I am going to point out that relative interest between one set of publications and another. Mr. Speaker, then the honourable gentleman suggested to me that there was too much positivity and spin in what I was saying. Well, I know that this is one of the themes that they want to seek to develop. It's blindingly obvious. They try and accuse us of that all the time, so they're trying to make this stick. But I wonder whether the honourable gentleman thinks that the interests of Gibraltar, lie in negativity rather than positivity. I mean, I don't know whether the honourable gentleman believes that it is in the economic interest of Gibraltar that I should talk down the benefits of the framework, and that I should talk down, and I should talk up the liabilities of the framework, and that I should talk down the possibilities of a treaty for Gibraltar in the next 6 months, and talk up the likelihood of the absence of a treaty in 6 months. And does he think, Mr. Speaker, that our businesses, our entrepreneurs, the economic stability of Gibraltar is best served by the Chief Minister of Gibraltar getting up and talking negatively about the opportunities that Gibraltar has to conclude those arrangements? Because in accusing me of positivity and spin, he must be suggesting that that is the opposite of what is good for Gibraltar. And I genuinely do not believe that anyone in this House or outside it can believe that there is benefit in negativity in the approach that we take to the possibility that there might be a treaty for Gibraltar. If I am wrong about that, Mr. Speaker, I'm open to be persuaded, because if the interest of Gibraltar is in me talking us down, then, Mr. Speaker, please, someone should explain to me the value of that, and I will do my best to talk us down for the benefit of Gibraltar, its economic stability, his children, my children, all our children, and our future. So when he accuses me of positivity and spin, given that I cannot be convinced that negativity and grimness is the right approach, I shall consider that to be flattery. Although I don't think he intended it that way. Perhaps because he hadn't analysed the consequences of the opposite of what he was saying. So, Mr. Speaker, he says that he cannot find in the framework some of what it is that I'm saying about the framework and what it achieves. Well, look, the Deputy Chief Minister and the Attorney General, the Financial Secretary, and I have been involved in discussions with Spanish colleagues, and despite his reference to sharp-toothed wolves in sheep's clothing, I'm going to call them colleagues because we have built negotiating trust. And I think the interest of Gibraltar is to talk about a collegiate approach to try, while cynically ensuring that nothing happens to usurp what we think are our key fundamentals. I think the interest of Gibraltar is in trying to create a collegiate atmosphere. We've been involved in that for 9 months in relation to this part of the process, for almost 3 years in the context of withdrawal. What we're trying to do is explain what lies behind the framework. Surely he is not telling me that he expects the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, when he opens himself to interviews and questions by the people of Gibraltar or by journalists in Gibraltar, to answer the questions simply by referring to the words in the framework as answers to questions. So you're asking me this, well, let me repeat to you paragraph 5, which is the one that deals with mobility. Let me repeat to you paragraph 10, which is the one that deals with, or paragraph 11 that deals with goods. Is that what he's saying? That because he says that he can't find in the framework some of the things that I was talking about? Or isn't it fairer that I should give people the interpretation of the government of Gibraltar in respect of what those words are, and not play cat and mouse with people with just referring to the text of the framework? And isn't it fair that in doing so, I should indicate what it is that we believe in the context of negotiations we have agreed? And isn't it fair that I should do so as openly as I can, which is what I have tried to do? And does he accept, Mr. Speaker, that because we're not dealing with a piece of public international law, we're dealing with a framework, and we're not dealing with a contract between private parties, the parole evidence rule does not apply? That is to say, Mr. Speaker, the document is not the be-all and end-all. He might be right if he was talking about the treaty. In other words, if I was asked a question about the treaty, and I said something which cannot be identified in the context of the treaty, in his analysis, he might say, well, look, that might be an interpretation, but it's a difficult interpretation because it's not here. And I'd say, well, look, there's a reason for that. The travaux préparatoires include a reference to this, and this is what the parties have agreed it means. But this is a framework, Mr. Speaker. Or is it that when he is asked a question about an interpretation of law, the only thing that he refers to is statute? Sometimes we find, Mr. Speaker, that case law makes statute almost unidentifiable. And there may be something in a statute which has been interpreted over decades of case law in a way which you think, I don't know how on earth the statute means that. So for him to say that the answers that I have given cannot be identified in the framework is frankly not something that I think he would have meant to say if he had given it any further thought. The Honourable Gentleman says that the Foreign Minister of Spain has a different view to the operation of some of the things that I've referred to. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've explained this to him in private, and he knows that I have expressed views about entry into Gibraltar. The Foreign Minister of Spain has expressed views about entry into Schengen. Those two are and remain different things. And so I don't appreciate contradiction in what it is that has been set out, unless the Honourable Gentleman has forgotten why I explained to him there was not contradiction. But what is certainly true, and is an impossible hurdle for any government to get over, is the idea that we might be able to find a treaty that is going to be 100% assured, where Gibraltar will ensure Spain's compliance. If you set that up as the test, Mr. Speaker, to determine whether the treaty is one that is safe and beneficial, you will never be able to pass the test. And the example I gave last night, which he helpfully repeated that bit of what I explained, he obviously took down and understood, is, for me, the obvious one. It's the Treaty of Utrecht. If in a treaty, one nation cedes something forever, and no sooner is it ceded, it lays siege to that territory in order to undo the cession, there is your answer that treaties cannot be assured to be complied with. There is your answer. There are no doubt better examples in public international law, Mr. Speaker. Given that it's, I hesitate to say, more than 30 years since I was a student of public international law, I've forgotten those better examples, but the Utrecht one, like every Gibraltarian, I carry here. And so, when we start the negotiation of this treaty to tell us that we must bring an assurance that Spain will comply, is to set up an impossible hurdle. Now, it is true, however, that if the high contracting party is not Spain, it is the European Union. Although Spain is a member of the European Union, it will not be Sir Joe must be laughing that it's not him today who's managed to interrupt the proceedings with his mobile phone. No worry at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I've lost my thread for a moment. The making the treaty one that we must ensure is one that Spain is going to comply with is easier because Spain is not the contracting party. But as I've said yesterday, in fact, I think I said it in the interview I gave to the Gibraltar Chronicle, until we have seen the treaty and the termination clauses and all the aspects of it, we cannot give an assurance in respect of that compliance. And how it might be that one member state, we talk about Spain, could be another one member state of the European Union might be able to undo compliance by the European Union with its obligations under the treaty. That is at the moment something which is just hypothetical and academic. But of course it is something that we will have very much at the front of our considerations when it comes to the negotiation. So the Honourable Gentleman asks, the EU is a members' club that when we have been members of it has too often been on Spain's side. Agreed. So what safeguards can we have now to ensure that the EU as a members' club, only with Spain in it, without us in it, is going to comply with the treaty? Well, Mr. Speaker, answers on a postcard gratefully received, number 6 Commonplace, Gibraltar. That's obviously one of the things that we are dealing with. It's one of the things on which we're taking advice. It's one of the things that we have to prepare for. And Mr. Speaker, then the Honourable Gentleman said, what happened to the relationship with the United Kingdom, its friendship with Mrs. May and Mr. Johnson? Why did I give Mr. Johnson a baby grow? Well, Mr. Speaker, and now he doesn't have a problem with the baby grow. He tells me, Mr. Speaker, from a sedentary position, that he never had a problem with the baby grow. I'm grateful, because given that he said in Hansard, he asked me, you gave him a baby grow, as if to say, well, that had secured Gibraltar's position in the treaty. I thought, Mr. Speaker, that it was a little disingenuous for him to have suggested that. Look, I thought it was appropriate, given that the Honourable Deputy Chief Minister and I were meeting the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in the week when it had been announced that he was going to be a father, that the Gibraltar Rugby Union's proposal that we should gift him a baby grow was something which most Gibraltarians thought made sense in the context of the strength of the relationship. We also gave him a jersey, Mr. Speaker, which I've yet to see him wearing when he goes on bike rides 7 miles from Downing Street. I look forward to seeing him wearing it. But look, these things are a demonstration of the relationship. And positive, I would have thought, and I would have expected that the Honourable Gentleman would think that there was nothing wrong with that, and he's now confirmed that. Mr. Speaker, the UK, he said, in the end, was going to enjoy a 1,400-page deal with the European Union, and we had an 8-page framework. He finished more or less where he'd started. I asked him, Mr. Speaker, though, what is it that he thinks that we would enjoy in that treaty? Because there's very little in that treaty which Gibraltar would want. And as I said to him when I was dealing with how he first mentioned it, that treaty actually, to a very great extent, is the opposite of what it is that we have been trying to negotiate for the economic benefit of Gibraltar. It is not about mobility of persons, and it is not about more mobility of goods in the way that would create less queues as at Gibraltar frontier. But it is done now, Mr. Speaker, and I do sincerely believe, as I said at the time, despite the fact that our treaty was not done, our best friend in the world was, is, and will be the United Kingdom, and a stronger United Kingdom is a better friend for Gibraltar. Or is it that we were wishing upon the United Kingdom that they would not have done a treaty because we had not done a treaty? Because if that is the case, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman has to be clear and say that we wish the United Kingdom would not have had a treaty, with the economic consequences that would have meant for the United Kingdom as a government and for the people of the United Kingdom, simply because we do not have a deal. And Mr. Speaker, I will say more about this, and it's this. I indicated in my prepared remarks, and the honourable gentleman has not picked this up, certainly what he has said publicly, that the other overseas territories also do not have the benefit of that treaty. In other words, the EU left out its overseas territories, the overseas territories of the member states, and there are some that have them, and excluded not Gibraltar, excluded all of the overseas territories of the United Kingdom. I don't know whether he's been following the issues that that has created for some of the other overseas territories. It has created huge issues for the people of the Falkland Islands, with whom we stand as one. It's created huge issues for the people of Pitcairn and Tristan da Cunha, whose main exports were to the European Union and the United Kingdom, and we stand with the people of those overseas territories as well. In fact, what I assume he didn't want to do was to highlight that we are the only ones of the overseas territories who have been able to engage with a member state of the European Union, and are now at the stage of the European Union being prepared to consider a mandate for a treaty with this overseas territory. We're also the only overseas territory that is on the European continent. We're also the only overseas territory where the consequences of the absence of a treaty or an agreement will affect citizens of every single one of the member states of the European Union. Analysis of relative negotiating strengths and weaknesses again. So, Mr. Speaker, when he talks about the failure alleged by him of the United Kingdom to do a treaty for Gibraltar, although it did one for them, he needs to also highlight, and I would have thought it's no skin off his nose, their failure to do a treaty for the other overseas territories. But as the Foreign Secretary said in the statement that I read to this House a moment ago, the EU would not engage. And so the United Kingdom had to make a decision, engage for the rest of the treaty or not engage. And there are also relative strengths and weaknesses in that main negotiation between the trading bloc of 480 million people and the United Kingdom. Analysis of strengths and weaknesses, which I am not going to do. But the United Kingdom decided it couldn't win the battle of including the overseas territories, not just Gibraltar, in that negotiation. Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman then said to me, what assurances do you have that the UK will ensure that we have a treaty? Well, Mr. Speaker, look, he is seeking assurances in absolute terms, which are undeliverable. And he shouldn't pretend to the people of Gibraltar that it is possible to have an assurance that we will ensure that we have a treaty, because that is entirely undeliverable. And it would have been no more deliverable by him as Chief Minister, than by a chief minister, whoever one of the previous ones it may be, we might today be deciding to refer to as the greatest chief minister of all time. Right? Even on that, there are more changes than in quicksand, Mr. Speaker. What assurances do you have that the UK will ensure that we have a treaty? Well, Mr. Speaker, this is to be negotiated. We don't have any assurance that the European Union might not turn around and say to us, look, we've considered this with the other 26, and we are not prepared to wind up a mandate on these issues because it raises too many problems. It raises problems on the border between Romania and Hungary, and therefore it's not possible to even wind up a mandate to have this negotiation. In those circumstances, the analysis the Honourable Gentleman fails to do is, if without a treaty we need the assistance of the United Kingdom, is it better for us to have a United Kingdom that has a trade deal with the European Union and is prospering as a result, or to have a trade deal with the United Kingdom that has not done a deal with the European Union? And although no doubt the United Kingdom would have prospered without a deal with the European Union, I have no doubt it will prosper more because it has a deal with the European Union, and therefore will be better able to assist us in the event that we do not have a treaty with the European Union going forward. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman, in his final statement, said making a note, sorry, said that Northern Ireland had been protected. Now, the Honourable Gentleman knows, because I have a high regard for him, despite the way that he seeks to characterize me on some occasions, that the United Kingdom that he refers to is a kingdom made up of 4 nations: England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. He cannot pretend, Mr. Speaker, for much longer, although he has been doing so since he found he had nothing left to argue in respect of the arrangements we had entered into in the withdrawal agreement, that Gibraltar should have the same treatment as Northern Ireland unless Gibraltar were to become the 5th kingdom of the United Kingdom, in which case we would be entirely integrated into the United Kingdom, and then at least his arguments on bilateralism would disappear, because the government of the United Kingdom would be the only government empowered to negotiate for the United Kingdom. The Honourable Gentleman hasn't seen my dear and supportive friend Arlene Foster negotiating any of these things in Brussels or in London. So, Mr. Speaker, he knows that comparisons with Northern Ireland are entirely outside any parallel that can seriously be drawn. Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom. Gibraltar is not. We are, whether we like it or not, an overseas territory of the United Kingdom. We are not a crown dependency of the United Kingdom. We are an overseas territory of the United Kingdom. And we're a non-self-governing territory on the list of non-self-governing territories in New York. That is our public international reality. So it advances the debate nothing at all, and it seeds confusion to suggest that Gibraltar should have the same treatment as part of the metropolitan United Kingdom, Northern Ireland. Because why does he say Northern Ireland? If he's honest, why doesn't he say England has protected its position? Why are we not as protected as England? Because England is another one of the 4 nations of the United Kingdom. And so I think it's important to put the spotlight and the magnifying glass on the things that he says, so that when people come to reflect on his remarks and my answers, they say, well, look, Keith might be right. I mean, we haven't had the protection that Northern Ireland has. You know, this is and he then said, is this a failure of the United Kingdom government, he said, to protect us? Or is it a failure of the government of Gibraltar to negotiate support like the government of the Northern Ireland? It's neither. It's simply incomparable. And to set that up in that way is to create a confusion, Mr. Speaker, if he will forgive me, akin to saying, this election has been stolen from us, go to the capital and get it back. It is that level of pretense of something being the opposite of what it is, which certainly I will not tolerate the people of Gibraltar not seeing the other side of. And that's why I must present the facts, Mr. Speaker, the facts and the reality, so that the analysis that people do of this seminally important moment and of the framework agreement that could lead to a treaty is an analysis that they have the benefit of doing with reality before them. Mr. Speaker, the excitement and the sense of relief, he said, that we felt on the 31st of December has to be tempered in the context of the reality that this is not yet a treaty. Absolutely right. And that is exactly what my statement to this House set out to do. And I think when the Honourable Gentleman goes back and looks at what it is that I have told the House, he will see that I accepted that in the context of my statement today, as I did in my intervention yesterday on GBC Viewpoint, as I did in my interview in the Gibraltar Chronicle, and as I did in my interview in Panorama, which he appears not to have read. I'm happy to send him a copy. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, both that reality and the reality that this is an imperfect document, which is also contained in my statement to the House today, is not something that that he gets from me as a concession in response to his statement, because it's exactly the position that I have been putting to the people of Gibraltar from the moment that I announced that these arrangements had been entered into. I will say this, Mr. Speaker, and before we move to other statements from other honourable members or other requests for clarification from other honourable members, I do have to once again recess the House for 5 minutes, because I need to speak to somebody outside of the House in respect of these ongoing matters. But I will say this. When you look at everything that the Leader of the Opposition has said, and you break it down, and you apply the microscope to his remarks about Northern Ireland, to his remarks about imperfection, and to his remarks about the fact that this is not yet a treaty, what there is, I'm pleased to say, is qualified, I believe, support for us to continue to seek to negotiate a treaty that we bring to this House, that we might all, I hope, determine is safe and beneficial for Gibraltar, and that might be something that we all acquiesce around, or that at least a majority of us acquiesce around, so that we can have such a safe and beneficial relationship in future with the European Union. That, in effect, I think, is what he said when you break it all down and you see through the politics, and instead of storming the capital, you accept that the result of democracy was that we have a mandate to negotiate this. We've negotiated it, and with all its imperfections, as yet incomplete, we have brought back a framework that gives us an opportunity to seek that safe and beneficial treaty for Gibraltar. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask the House to indulge me with a recess of 10 to 15 minutes so I can continue government business, and I hope it's a good moment for the House to also refresh itself.
House will recess until 22 the hour.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for your indulgence. I just need to bring to the attention of the House and the public that the United Kingdom has just announced that effective on Monday morning at 4 a.m., it is bringing down all travel corridors, given the high incidence of COVID-19 in the United Kingdom, and indeed the concerns about different strains coming in from many different directions. The government of Gibraltar has just also replied to that in answers to questions from local media saying that we support the decision of the United Kingdom at this difficult time, that we too will be taking advice from Public Health Gibraltar and Public Health England about what these new strains that are concerning the United Kingdom might come in from different jurisdictions might be, so that we might act in a way that is designed to continue to protect Gibraltar as much as possible. And also the very sad news that has come in from the World Health Organization at the same time, that the worldwide toil of losses from COVID-19 has today exceeded 2 million in the past 12 months.
Mr. Speaker, may I can I just obviously these are news off the hot of the press, as it were, but it calls into question lots of issues, of course, and can the Chief Minister perhaps discuss with the opposition privately and keep us informed on those issues, because there will be a knock-on effect on a number of important things that and arrangements that perhaps are brought over to Gibraltar by air, and not least, medical perhaps supplies, urgent ones. There will be an effect on a number of issues of the public service, not focusing on business because that's less important at this stage. But our students who are in the UK will be concerned, and families will be concerned about these arrangements, and so the maximum information that may be possible will be given to families who have children overseas. That is also an important factor, and obviously we are very concerned about the impact of new strains, as I did in my previous contributions say so, and it's important that we work together as a community. We acknowledge of course the need for these things sometimes to happen, but we will need to look at the detail of the impact on Gibraltar by the removal of the air bridge on a temporary basis.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's statement. Indeed, this is something on which we must support the United Kingdom. The air corridor I announced is coming down from the 18th to the 15th of February. That is not the air bridge, so we expect that we will continue to see flights between Gibraltar and the United Kingdom. The difficulty, of course, will be that people will have to quarantine for a period on arrival in the United Kingdom, probably also on arrival in Gibraltar. The air bridge will continue, therefore there will be flights. There may nonetheless be a need to have conversations with the airlines, which my friend, the Minister for Tourism, Mr. Dalianani, the Honourable Mr. Dalianani, had been already conducting in anticipation of this. We are down, I think, he will correct me if I'm wrong, to 2 flights a week at the moment. Those 2 flights a week are the ones that are bearing the brunt of the arrival of supplies, of mail, etc. We expect that we will continue to have the bridge. I've explained before, Mr. Speaker, the difference between the bridge and the corridor. The bridge will still be there, and we will be negotiating with the airlines to ensure that it is. In terms of students, I understand that most have not gone back because universities have not reopened, but they will have concerns about whether they are required to go back, and when they are required to go back, whether their flights will be available. Indeed, some may have gone earlier, or indeed some may not have come back over Christmas, given some of the advice that was given. So any help that the government can provide, we certainly stand ready to provide to families who have concerns, which we may be able to address. The Department of Education has been doing a very good job of ensuring that students have the information necessary, and we shall continue, no doubt, to try and work together on these issues in the interest of our community, whatever our other differences may be in respect of other issues.
This is in relation to the earlier statement by the Chief Minister. Right. The Honourable Marlene Hassan Hahn.
Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, if I can just, in a couple of sentences, just thank the Chief Minister for his clarifications on the natural questions raised by the Leader of the Opposition regarding the effects of the new air restrictions as just announced by the Chief Minister. And if I may just echo my sheer sadness at the declaration of that 2 million figure by the WHO, that colossal figure on loss of life, a figure that should really remind us what we are dealing with and how crucial it is to follow public health advice and to respect public health advice in order to minimize casualties and spread. Mr. Speaker, on the Brexit agreement statement and asking for clarification, let me first thank the Chief Minister and his negotiating team for their energy, for their devotion, and for their commitment and dedication in arriving at this juncture, which presents an opportunity to take Gibraltar forward in difficult times. It cannot have been easy, Mr. Speaker, for a number of reasons. Firstly, because despite what the Chief Minister may say about the support of the UK government, it has become clear that from the outset, the UK has had very little intention of fighting the EU's negotiating position of leaving us out of the UK-EU deal. And although he will never admit it, the Chief Minister has been the one fighting from day one to carve out whatever possible positive solution he could. That much is clear to me, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Chief Minister made assertions just earlier in his own address about how negotiations work in his reply to the Leader of the Opposition, and how strong a friend the UK is to us. But if the UK would have genuinely had our backs, they would have precisely withheld signing their own deal as leverage to help us. Because that's what family does, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about the UK family and they include Gibraltar. But now I believe that without that, we have little or no leverage. And yes, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Minister is right that we're not part of the United Kingdom. But we have a land border with the EU, and we have a land border with a country that has a sovereignty claim. So we needed to be prioritized as much as Northern Ireland, Mr. Speaker, if not more. So to say that the UK is helping us now, I believe, is sycophantic, to use the words that the Chief Minister himself used about a member of the opposition today. But, Mr. Speaker, back to the difficulties that the Chief Minister has faced, it has to be noted that because although Gibraltar always punches above its weight in these situations, it has been pitted against two giants of European diplomacy, an ultimate challenge even for the best of us. So I understand the reasons why the Chief Minister will champion the New Year's Eve agreement in principle as a victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. But in my eyes, and in the eyes of many on our rock, the reality is more akin to the fact that we have made the best of a bad situation. And for that alone, Mr. Speaker, we are grateful, and he has my support for this process and the support of my party and the support of the demographic that I represent from this seat in Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, this support is inevitably conditional because this is an in-principle agreement, and therefore the support remains in principle. We cannot give this agreement unconditional support until we see the final draft. And let us not forget that nothing has been signed yet, and there are many months of arduous negotiations ahead which will give shape to the agreement. At the moment, there are far too many ambiguities and far too many things to flesh out for us to join that victory march. And despite my in-principle support for this agreement, let us not pretend that there have not been any concessions, Mr. Speaker. Again, we understand why the Chief Minister might have us believe that he is such a master in the field of international diplomacy, that he has managed to convince Spain and all other 26 member states of the European Union to give us everything we want without giving anything in return. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not stupid. There have had to be concessions here. This is where I would ask for further clarification, Mr. Speaker. Gibraltar is to reach an understanding with the Schengen territory, and a secondary Frontex check in our port and airport will be the ultimate arbiter of who enters Schengen. But the Chief Minister says no Frontex check will affect Gibraltar residents, as they will only be coming into Gibraltar, not Schengen. Mr. Speaker, so it looks like this is not going to actually be a Schengen Gibraltar, but a Schrodinger's Gibraltar, both in and out of Schengen, depending on who comes in and when. In the early versions of the Chief Minister's narrative, Mr. Speaker, Gibraltar residents would not have to go through any Frontex check at all. And then, as the pressure mounted, no checks turned into light checks. And then, in his last Chronicle interview, Mr. Picardo finally admitted that all travellers into Gibraltar would have to go through a Frontex check, but specified that this did not infringe red lines on control because, and I quote, "we are giving permission for these checks to happen." Then, in yesterday's viewpoint, the Chief Minister then spoke of another option, which would be issuing Gibraltar-only visas for matters of national interest or for humanitarian reasons. Of course, the last hypothesis would need to be discussed at the treaty stage, as we have no guarantee that this formula will ever be accepted by the EU. The only real thing that we have at this stage is what is set out in the document. According to the in-principle agreement, Gibraltar is to have an agreement with the Schengen territory, and a secondary Frontex check in our port and airport will be the ultimate arbiter of who enters Schengen. Everything else, Mr. Speaker, at this stage is conjecture. And I heard how the Chief Minister explained to the Leader of the Opposition his reasons for not quoting verbatim the agreement, Mr. Speaker. But surely he can't speak with any certainty on outcomes either before the negotiation on the treaty have even begun. And this is not about the importance of giving a positive or negative spin, but on honest, simple appraisal that people can understand. And his answers today to the Leader of the Opposition have been exactly the opposite of this, and just more bad spin, Mr. Speaker, pretending that the only alternative to something is its complete opposite. So, Mr. Speaker, back to my request for clarification, it is also very difficult to understand how, if all inward travellers will have to cross a Frontex check and Frontex will respond to Spain, we are supposed to believe that we haven't ceded an inch of control. The Chief Minister's arguments that it does not constitute a loss of control because we choose to allow these changes to happen sound pretty hollow, Mr. Speaker, particularly against the backdrop of a potential hard Brexit. We understand that negotiations often require difficult concessions, Mr. Speaker, but this does not detract from the fact that the Chief Minister himself promised that this red line would never be crossed. And that is okay, Mr. Speaker, if the electorate has given this government a mandate, and this government has used that mandate to secure these conditions, then let the Chief Minister say so. But what he cannot do is answer questions from the press with certainty as if he knows already how things are going to materialize, but then change answers as he goes, while at the same time admitting here today that things might happen, not happen, or happen very differently. Mr. Speaker, we are also concerned with the impact on our economy. We would urge the Chief Minister to clarify and deliver the figures of what this deal means for all sectors of our economy. We're going to feel the effects of this, and people need to know to feel better prepared. What will be the cost of delivering the necessary infrastructures, the impact on businesses and our economic model, and the expected downturn in tax revenue? We understand the opportunities an area of shared prosperity will bring. In fact, we're very hopeful. But it is just as important for everyone to have a clear understanding of what might need to change and what this change will actually cost us. Mr. Speaker, despite it being a very welcome step to have set up a committee, albeit at this late stage, to discuss impacts on both our economy and industry, we urge the government to engage in more and better communications with all sectors of business, many of whom have come to us unsure of what the future holds for them. And Mr. Speaker, if I may seek further clarification on the reality that if this treaty may not come to be, what is the Chief Minister and his party working on at present in the event of a cliff edge come July 1st? And I would also like to bring one other matter to the table, Mr. Speaker. I ask this House and the public to reflect on one thing. What do they think the honourable member or the honourable father of the House would have made of this deal if they were sitting on the other side of the House, on the opposition benches? Would they have called bravo and championed this deal? Or would they have, in all probability, maligned the incumbent as they have so often done in the past when it has suited them, as if they are the only party in our history who has the monopoly on what it really means to be a patriot? Wouldn't they have tried to ride this wave of nationalism all the way to number 6 Convent Place, even if it meant going against the national interest? Mr. Speaker, the Chief Minister, Sir Joe Bossano, and many other GSOP members have created a toxic environment in the past with their nationalistic rhetoric that most people in our community are afraid to say what they think for fear of being tarnished for life. And in a similar way, Mr. Speaker, it has to be said that we have seen members of our own opposition practicing nationalist populism at a time of weakness for Gibraltar. But regardless of all this, Mr. Speaker, together Gibraltar and myself are willing to be brave and do what is right for Gibraltar. We will be offering our conditional support to this Brexit deal while we wait for further clarification on all these unexplained and unresolved issues to be worked out. We will continue to support the Chief Minister's efforts to come to the best possible deal for Gibraltar, but we also have to call out hypocrisy and spin when we see it, Mr. Speaker. It's our obligation, and I do hope that the public will see it too. Thank you.
The Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think I am grateful for the Honourable Lady's support. I think that what the Honourable Lady has done is tell us that she has, and I think she put it quite clearly, giving us a cautious indication that she supports that we take this to the next stage and try to secure a treaty that is safe and beneficial to Gibraltar. To that extent, it would appear to me that the position of the official position, the position of the Honourable Lady, is the same, although couched in different terms, but when analysed, that is what it amounts to. And I was, of course, very grateful for her recognition of the, as she put it, energy, devotion and commitment that has been required in order to achieve even a non-binding framework agreement in principle. I mean, she has, as I said to the Honourable Gentleman, and I will say to her as well, it's unfair that I shouldn't, because she has been less pejorative than the Honourable Gentleman. She has been very constructive and very supportive in the engagement that the Deputy Chief Minister and I have had with her and the Leader of the Opposition in the 9 months which have led us to this this framework agreement. So I must also thank her for that. But it would be unfair, Mr. Speaker, for her to personalise, as she has, the comments about energy devotion and commitment in me, because, Mr. Speaker, I have drawn on the energy devotion and commitment of the Deputy Chief Minister, of the Attorney General, of the Financial Secretary, of the Father of the House, and every single one of the members of the Cabinet in trying to get this over the line. And indeed, in respect of the negotiations also, the energy devotion and commitment of the wider UK negotiating team, all of whom have been ready to work every hour that we had available, some very ungodly hours, in delivering this in principle framework agreement. And as she says, when she says it cannot have been easy, it was not easy, and to an extent, because of the private communications between us honourable members, the Honourable Lady and the Leader of the Opposition know how difficult the highways and byways of this have been. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady says that the UK had very little intention of fighting for us not to be left out, and that we should almost find that the UK did not have our backs because they did a treaty without us having had a treaty, and that they would have withheld consent to their own treaty because that's how family behaves. Well, I mean, Mr. Speaker, that is one way of presenting it. Of course, fully understand that that's one way of presenting it, but we're not talking about understanding the world as we would amongst us in a non-political sense. We're talking about international diplomacy and international trade. And I do not accept from her, as I did not accept from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, that Gibraltar has no leverage in this. As the senior elected representative of the people of Gibraltar, I don't enter the next stage of the negotiations accepting that Gibraltar has no leverage. Far from it. And I think the Honourable Lady and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition would accept that Gibraltar has leverage. It's a relative leverage. I mean, it depends what one thinks of as leverage. I mean, did the United Kingdom turn up in the negotiations with the European Union as a nuclear power with a seat at the United Nations and all the threat that that might entail? Or did it turn up at the negotiations as a former member state of the European Union, neighbour to the European Union, with important trade with the European Union, wanting to leverage the trade it brings to the EU versus the trade the EU brings it in a way that could result in the best potential deal? Obviously, the latter, not the former. Diplomacy is not just about threat, and therefore there is a lot more that is relevant. And I think it is not incumbent upon members of the opposition in Gibraltar, I think, to be suggesting that Gibraltar has no leverage, because that, as I've suggested a moment ago, would make those who are negotiating with Gibraltar think that the things that Gibraltar presents as leverage at the negotiating table are actually not leverage at the negotiating table. There is a reality of leverage. We know what our leverage is. It is, of course, relative. She has rightly said that Gibraltar punches above its weight and that Gibraltar has found itself pitted against two giants of international diplomacy. Whether we like it or not, the United Kingdom, of course, is a giant of international diplomacy, and Spain is a giant in international diplomacy. It is a nation of 44 million people. It is the fourth largest economy in the Eurozone, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, weight is relative. But of course, there is much more than weight behind how these negotiations have been approached. That's why I thought it was appropriate to recognise Spain's approach through its foreign minister and their prime minister. But I don't accept the parting premise that the Honourable Lady starts with, which was one of the points that I took against the Honourable Gentleman, that Gibraltar has no leverage in the negotiation. Certainly, Gibraltar would have had more leverage in the negotiation if the United Kingdom had said at the negotiating table, and I'm not getting up from this table until, on my treaty, until you've done a treaty with Gibraltar. But there have to be realistic elements to this. The Honourable Lady ends her statement by saying we mustn't be hypocritical and we mustn't present things in a way that is not realistic. And yet she starts her statement by postulating something which I think we would all understand is unrealistic, because if you look at the revenue of Gibraltar, when we have revenue in years which are not pandemic years, we're talking about 1% of what is the trade deal that's been done by the United Kingdom. Let me give the Honourable Lady another example, talking about family. The merits or demerits of the aspects of the TCA which relate to fishing will be debated for many years. But the British fishing industry is about the size of Gibraltar's revenue, about 650, 750 million. Many of them feel that their interests have been hard done by in the negotiation. I haven't made an assessment of it. I'm commenting only on what I've seen in the commentary. But we've got to understand how much was at stake there, and the suggestion, I don't think is a realistic one, that we're just not family because they did their treaty before doing ours. Sometimes, as I read the other day, which was a salutary reminder of even the moment in which we're in, when you're on an aircraft, they tell you, put on your oxygen mask before helping the person beside you. Why? You're a better help to the person beside you if you've got your oxygen flowing and you can assist them. In medicine, the doctor must always save himself first so that he is able to help others. Is the United Kingdom a better ally to us with a trade deal with the European Union, or without a trade deal with the European Union. A stronger United Kingdom, I put it to honourable members, is a better ally, protector and supporter of its overseas territories than a United Kingdom that does not have a trade deal. And I think that is what has happened here. And as honourable members will know and will have seen, knowing where we were in the negotiation and understanding the equities that were in play, the government of Gibraltar issued a statement on the 24th of December, when the United Kingdom entered into its treaty, or rather announced that it has had its treaty, congratulating the Prime Minister for having reached that arrangement and saying that we were continuing to negotiate, although the clock had not stopped for us. Because we understood that, and we understood where we were in the context of the negotiation and where we could get to. A strong United Kingdom is not just better able to support us. A strong United Kingdom is showing us its support in the sovereign guarantee that it has provided. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, talk about family. Talk about family. Providing the COVID-19 vaccine at no cost. It would be an extraordinarily difficult decision to make if I had to choose between the United Kingdom not signing that treaty until we had our treaty, or choosing that we have our vaccine so that our elderly and most vulnerable had vaccine. Why is that a choice? It's not, Mr. Speaker. It's not a choice. But it is a clear indication that the United Kingdom is treating us like family. Because on a key fundamental like that, we are getting vaccine before some parts of England, Wales, Scotland, or Northern Ireland. We have to understand that. And so in making an assessment of how the United Kingdom has stood by us, we cannot make it in silos. We cannot say they went ahead and signed the treaty, knowing everything that could happen if they didn't, knowing where the Gibraltar negotiations were, knowing the support that they were giving us. That's not a simple assessment of whether my brother loves me or not. And, whether he gave me a pound for a pint, or whether he lent me his bicycle. If he didn't do both, we're not family. Mr. Speaker, I think the assessment is a much more nuanced one than that. And I think the Honourable Lady, as I sometimes say to her when I reply to her, I think the Honourable Lady understands that. Mr. Speaker, the government has not pretended to take victory from the jaws of defeat. The government has made clear that at the very last minute we were able to continue with bridging measures and no hard Brexit because we have the opportunity for a treaty. We accept entirely that we have not got a legally binding certain arrangement with the European Union with the framework. The European Union is not a part of the framework. The European Union is considering the framework to determine whether or not it should be a treaty partner to the United Kingdom in respect of what's set out in the framework. So we're not pretending otherwise. And if people are hearing us say otherwise, it's because they're not understanding exactly what it is that we are saying, although I put it to the Honourable Lady that we're saying it in fairly explicit terms. And we haven't said, Mr. Speaker, as other chief ministers have said in the past, this is the best agreement possible. We've said this is an imperfect framework which will lead to what we hope will be a treaty in months to come. So I'm very grateful that the Honourable Lady has said that she is giving us support from Together Gibraltar and in respect of those that she represents, given those who supported her to put her here, and that support is conditional until they see the final draft of what it is that we bring back. Because that is exactly the position that the government has provided. In other words, this is a good way of going to the next step, imperfect though it is, and this is a good way of bridging the issues that we faced on the 1st of January if we hadn't got at least to this stage. But we have to see where we end up to ensure that what we have and bring back is safe and beneficial in treaty form, and there we must dot I's, cross T's, and ensure that we have none of the concessions that would concern us. So the Honourable Lady's position on conditional support is no more and no less than what we ask for, and I'm therefore very grateful to it. And so when she tells us, Mr. Speaker, that she cannot join a victory march, I'm just going to say to her that if she did, she would be marching on her own, because the government has not declared victory. And I wouldn't ask her to march on her own in support of a victory of mine that I am not claiming. So our positions are entirely as one. And Mr. Speaker, I think that having done me the great service of presenting me as energetic, committed, and devoted, which I did not deserve, because that is a remark that she should have saved for the team, I think she does me a great disservice in suggesting that I've presented myself as a master of diplomacy. I haven't. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I hope in a very deprecating way I have made clear in the things that I have said repeatedly that to claim that there are no concessions on sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control is no great claim to fame when the other side of the negotiating table have said that they've put aside their claim on sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control. So I'm not pretending to be a master of diplomacy. I am accepting that the other side to the negotiation did not seek those to take advantage of that at this time. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I should just remind the House, because in Spain, the right-wing press has been rabid in its criticism of the government for this agreement. You know, some of the things that we have seen in right-wing articles in respect of this agreement really have accused the Spanish government of the worst possible offences for having entered into this framework alone with Gibraltar. The former Spanish Foreign Minister, Señor Margallo, can only be described as being in a state worse than apoplexy. But you know, it is important to remind ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that it was the Partido Popular that said that the Brexit negotiation, at least at the withdrawal stage, was not a time to be putting the sovereignty of Gibraltar on the table. And recently, Señor Margallo has said in the past week that he was disappointed that Señor Rajoy told him that they could not postulate joint sovereignty as a condition for arrangements in respect of Brexit. And there is, if honourable members remember, of course, that famous video of Señor Rajoy saying that exactly himself. So it's very unfair to suggest that it's the current Spanish government only that were prepared to put sovereignty to one side, and therefore there is absolutely no claim that we're making to have been master negotiators, because there are no concessions on sovereignty, jurisdictional control, because they were not sought. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is no question of a Schrodinger's Gibraltar. What there needs to be is a deep understanding of how controls will work. That's the key. And there are juxtaposed controls here. So, Mr. Speaker, the control of the UK frontier at King's Cross is entirely in the control of the United Kingdom. And the control of the UK frontier at the Gare du Nord, the UK frontier at the Gare du Nord, is entirely in the control of the United Kingdom. And the control of the Schengen border in King's Cross is entirely in the control of the Schengen authorities, in respect of which France has responsibility. And the Schengen border at the Gare du Nord is exited under the control exclusively of the Schengen authorities, for which France has responsibility. There is no Schrodinger's cat aspect to that. There are two separate controls. And there is a treaty under which the parties have agreed that that should be the case, a treaty which can be undone, because the parties retain control to undo that treaty. A little like the Brexiteer argument on sovereignty. The UK is no longer sovereign because we've pooled all our sovereignty with the European Union. What do you mean the UK is no longer sovereignty? You've got a button called sovereignty, Article 50, out you go. The UK has been sovereign all along on all of those issues too. And we were all united in the understanding of that definition of sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control, because otherwise, if we were not, Mr. Speaker, 96% of us at least should have voted to leave the European Union. Because if we believe that forming part of a trade organization in a treaty where you agree to do things for trade and immigration purposes is to lose sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control, Then in 1972, we made concessions on sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control. And if not in 1972, then under the Lisbon Treaty or the Maastricht Treaty, we gave up sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control to the European Union. And that is not the position of the political parties in Gibraltar or the people of Gibraltar, except for those in the 4% who voted to leave the European Union. And so, Mr. Speaker, the juxtaposed controls of the Eurotunnel, the idea that sovereignty is somehow given up, jurisdiction is given up, or control is given up, because you agree to do something for a period with the ability to reverse it, is not one that leads to a Schrodinger's understanding. It's one that actually is a very sophisticated and accepted methodology of international, public international law and treaty. And I think it's important that we always remember that, because we will always be on guard in respect of sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control, but properly understood and defined, in keeping with the principles that we are defending. Not the idea that any deal done is a deal that gives up sovereignty, jurisdiction, and control simply because the counterparty is Spain. Although here the counterparty is not even Spain, it's the European Union. And so we must do careful analysis. And that's why I say to the Honourable Lady, we have done that analysis, and it is not a Schrodinger's Gibraltar. So, Mr. Speaker, as the pressure mounted, I didn't change my position in any way on the explanations that I've set out, and the Honourable Lady may want to go back and see that I have been saying the same thing consistently. I've been giving different examples for people to understand that. And the example of the visa regulation, Article 25 of it, which provides for permission to be granted by a Schengen member in respect of one part of a territory, of the Schengen territory, which exists for the purposes of ensuring compliance with international obligation, the national interest, or humanitarian need, is one way in which I answered the question in respect of whether it was possible or not for access to be granted only to Gibraltar, not to grant access through Gibraltar into the Schengen territory by going through the second juxtaposed control. That's what I'm dealing with in the context of that question and that example. But I said, but that is something that still has to be confirmed. The application of the visa regulation has to be confirmed once we have done the treaty. That is the reality. Again, it's complex, but it's important that people understand the complexity. This is what the Schengen Border Code and the visa regulation are about. Mr. Speaker, so there's absolutely no conjecture in the way that I'm presenting things. But it is true that there is no certainty of outcomes until negotiations of the treaty have begun. That is what my statement on the 31st at 3 o'clock said. Honourable members, go back. Even in that moment, which she is describing as me pretending that we've taken success from the jaws of defeat, actually what I'm saying is exactly the same thing I'm saying now, and in no different terms. I will make no secret of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that honourable members will be able to see that I considered it my obligation to come to this House and say the things that I had said in my public statement on the 31st. I would have thought the accusation that the Honourable Lady wanted to put to me was that what I've said in this House today is almost exactly word for word what I said on the 31st. Because one of the bits I took out was, and I will tell the Parliament this as soon as I can, because it was important and right that out of the respect that I have for this Parliament and for the people of Gibraltar, I should come here to say the things that I said on the 31st in front of the cameras. So if the Honourable Lady does the exercise, she will find I've used almost exactly the same script for that reason. So I therefore have a demonstration on that laptop over there, actually, Mr. Speaker, that I haven't changed my position. The accusation should be that I have just repeated exactly the same paragraphs and phrases that I used on the 31st. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no question of bad spin here, although I do recognize that is the game that they try and tarnish us with constantly. Mr. Speaker, and why has there been no cession of control in respect of these Schengen checks? Forget the argument I given a moment ago also about the fact that agreeing to do something is no cession, because you can always take that back, which is the proper analysis of sovereignty and control. But look at this aspect of what it is that the Honourable Lady is saying and why I would put it to her that she needs to understand that she is wrong. How have we ceded in respect of the Schengen check? We can't have. The Schengen check is not something that we do today, which we have agreed that Spain will do, or indeed that Frontex will do. The Schengen check is outside of our jurisdiction and reach, because we are not members of Schengen. And indeed, we are not going to become members of Schengen. Because you see, honourable members need to understand this analysis. If we were becoming members of Schengen, and Spain or Frontex were to carry out the Schengen check, that would be a cession. We become members of the club, but they do the checks. It's a cession. Spain is a member of the club. Germany does the checks in Germany, but Spain does the checks in Spain. We are not becoming members of the Schengen Club. We are not joining Schengen. And this is a key thing that people need to understand. We are agreeing a common travel area between us and Schengen. I explained this on a number of occasions. We are entering into an agreement with the Schengen states to create an area of mobility that includes Gibraltar and Schengen. But we're not joining Schengen. That's a key factor. And because we're not joining Schengen, we are not going to be carrying out the Schengen checks. If we did join Schengen and Frontex or Spain carried out the Schengen checks, that would be a cession. But that's not what is happening here. And that's fundamental. It's got to be agreed. And anyway, we are not currently members of Schengen. Forget that we're not going to join. We're not currently members of Schengen. We don't do the Schengen check. So we cannot concede the Schengen check to somebody else because it's not ours to concede the Schengen check. Mr. Speaker, I think that is fundamental that people should understand because it puts the concept of control in its proper understanding. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why when I've answered questions from the press, I have given more certainty than I can. In everything I've said to the press, maybe the Honourable Lady has not analysed it with the rigour necessary. I have always said, subject to the treaty. This is what the framework sets us up for the treaty. The framework itself is not in any way a public international legal instrument. Assessing the impact on the economy, Mr. Speaker, is not something that can be done in a way that is a press a button. You need to have all the different permutations, which is the analysis that we are doing, in order to be able to understand what the benefits are. But what I have said in my prepared statement and what I've said repeatedly is we will not do a deal on goods in order to impoverish our businesses, because that impoverishes our economy and it impoverishes our ability to create an area of shared prosperity. We don't want to create an area of shared poverty, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's interested for us to do that. What we're saying is we're going to analyze those things so that if we can, we do a deal that produces more prosperity for our businesses and our wealth creators and for the jobs that we create here. And those who enter into this treaty for us, if they want the treaty to be about shared prosperity, will want to see that there is leverage, that there is arbitrage for us to be able to have greater prosperity in Gibraltar, because that is how the overspill will happen. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is another school of thought. The other school of thought, which is not the school of thought that is being pursued in the negotiations by our interlocutors in Spain, is that Gibraltar is not a source of prosperity. It is a leech that impoverishes the area around us. And that is not the attitude that we are pursuing now. The Honourable Lady will recognise that that's what the former Spanish government used to say on occasion. We're not negotiating that. We're negotiating for economic arrangements, potentially in respect of goods, but the Cabinet will have to be persuaded that we should go down that route. And TELAC will give us the advice in that respect, which will ensure not a downturn in tax revenue, but an increase in tax revenue. And that is imminently possible. And that is where the area of shared prosperity lies. And that is where the opportunity lies. Because, Mr. Speaker, the idea that simply by going into the customs union, you sell less of particular types of commodity is for the birds. Let me give the House the example I've given before, in case the members haven't heard it. If you look at the position between the United Kingdom and France, the United Kingdom and France were both, until the end of this year, in the Common Customs Union of the European Union. And yet, there was a roaring trade on people going from Dover to Calais, able to amortize the cost of that return ticket, buy all their booze and all their fags for personal use, and go over back to the United Kingdom. Calais was full of cash and carries, where people would buy huge amounts of cigarettes and alcohol to take, despite the fact that France was in the Common Customs Union. So the idea that simply because you go into the Common Customs Union, you sell less tobacco, that's what the Honourable Lady is referring to, and therefore we have less duties, it's just not correct. Or you sell less of any particular type of commodity, and you have less duties. It's just not correct. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think I said again in the interview yesterday in the Chronicle, Gibraltar's tobacco price today, if we went straight into the Customs Union, which we're not going to do because the Customs Union is not something that makes sense for Gibraltar, and that is agreed by our interlocutors and the Commission, the Customs Union, which is huge, it's about production, etc., etc. This is about a bespoke solution to suppress customs controls. Even if we did go into the Common Customs Union and we took all of the obligations on excise duties, etc., Gibraltar's tobacco can go in like this without needing to increase the price. Already, Gibraltar's tobacco is 1/3 up and more in the price of tobacco ranking table in the Common Customs Union of the European Union. It's important that people understand that. Going into the Customs Union does not mean having to increase the price of tobacco in a way that would make it uncompetitive. So the analysis, which is being done by some, that's why I'm addressing it so openly, Mr. Speaker, that if we even countenance this means a complete breakdown of the revenue from tobacco is nonsense. It would mean doing the analysis in a way that is incorrect and shorthand, but let us do it. All of our tobacco at our current price being able to be sold to whoever wanders into Gibraltar without a Guardia Civil being able to tell them that they couldn't take 800 or 1,600 or 2,000 cigarettes to start the process of committing suicide with, because it's nonsense that people should smoke. It's bad for them and they shouldn't, right? But that's the reality. You could booze cruise your way, which is what the Dover-Calais ferries were referred to, across the frontier fence and buy not the 200 that we permit people to buy today, buy 2,000. Anything that you can show is for your personal consumption. So this shorthand, back of the envelope suggestion that somehow, by even considering this, we lead to a downturn on tax revenue, it's just plain wrong. It's the opposite of the analysis, Mr. Speaker. But that is not where we're going anyway. And so therefore, our conversations with the business community, which in some sectors are quite advanced, but I don't want to disclose, but will be dealt with in the context of the TELAC with the representative organizations. We've already had very detailed conversations throughout this process with different entities in each of the sectors to fully understand what it is that we want to consider. But we want to consider this now with the representative organizations, also in detail with them as representative groups, is not one that leads to a downturn in tax revenue. It's an analysis that leads to more sales by our wholesalers, more sales by our retailers, and more tax revenue for Gibraltar and its public finances. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, although the TELAC group may be formed now, only after we have the framework, in other words, now that we have what to discuss with them, our conversations and discussions with the industry and, of course, with our own experts in the field are very, very advanced. And I don't think that we do need better communications with businesses, because people are going to see her and telling her that they don't know what this is going to provide for. In fact, a lot of people are seeing us, the majority of people, and the principal entities in this business are seeing us, no doubt, and we have a very good view of what is to be provided. But if she has anyone who has any doubts about these issues, as she knows, she can feel free to refer them to me so I can give them comfort that they're not going to suffer any aspect of any potential new arrangements without consideration of what may be their area of business and how it might be improved going forward. Not affected. But of course, Mr. Speaker, if you do a treaty and you change your model, we would expect that new revenues will take time to come as people understand what is available from Gibraltar and as new markets are opened, etc. And we are dealing with the effects of a pandemic now, not just the effects of Brexit, and that is a cumulative effect. Mr. Speaker, then the Honourable Lady said that she wondered what the Father of the House would do if these arrangements had been done by another government. And I thought that she did the Father of the House a disservice, because if there's one thing that everyone knows about the Father of the House is that he is remarkably honest. And he's always very clear in his view, not on a partisan basis, but on the basis of what really is good for Gibraltar. And I will always remember that the accusation that the Father of the House faced at the time of Cordoba was that he didn't come out fast enough condemning Cordoba. I mean, I think it took us almost 10 days, a really detailed analysis, legal advice was taken, it was looked at really carefully. Others, not then leading the party opposite, came out immediately against the Cordoba arrangements. And if the Honourable Lady wants to talk about hypocrisy, I'm not going to take her there. But some people said some things about Cordoba 14 years ago, which sound remarkably dissimilar or the opposite to the things that they've said today about Cordoba. The Father of the House said about Cordoba the things that he said about Cordoba then, and he says them now. And if anybody knows the Father of the House, that's always going to be his style and his position. And so, Mr. Speaker, because the Father of the House has therefore said that these arrangements are arrangements that we should take forward into a treaty, of course, with the position of the Cabinet being that we're looking very carefully to see if we do anything in respect of goods and what we do in respect of goods. And look, we will look at the treaty in all its respects before determining what to do, is a further demonstration of the honesty and clarity and commitment of the Father of the House and nothing else. And I think it's very unfair to suggest that there are some of us who, the Honourable Lady said, were patriotically waving nationalistic flags in order to ride into number 6 Convent Place. Not only is that unfair, Mr. Speaker, it's not true. It's not what happened. We lost the 2007 general election. We didn't ride or surf into number 6 Convent Place on the basis of going against the Cordoba agreements. Indeed, there were 2 parties in the 2007 general election that went against the Cordoba agreements. At least one of us managed to secure the 7 opposition seats. The other one didn't secure any opposition seats in 2007 or in 2011, Mr. Speaker. Despite allegedly saying now the things that they were saying then about the Cordoba arrangements. What they ended up doing was, folding themselves into the party that did the Cordoba arrangements in order to get themselves elected, and even then not into government, or indeed not even taking 7 opposition seats, taking only 6. No? So I don't think that the Honourable Lady's characterization of an attempt to surf a wave into number 6 Convent Place is a fair one, because of course what that does is it takes away from those people who support the GSLP and the Liberal Party any understanding, as if we could simply wave a flag and people would follow us. And I have the deepest respect for those who support and vote for the GSLP. I know that they make up their minds for themselves. They look at the analysis that we make and they share it or they don't. If there's one questioning set of individuals, it's those who support the GSLP. They constantly question, test, and wish to understand. And indeed, the electorate in Gibraltar, that sometimes in the way that the Honourable Lady has presented the argument, it's as if the electorate in Gibraltar did not have a mind of its own and was simply able to be led. And I don't think that is fair. I think we have one of the most sophisticated electorates in the world that look in detail at things, and we might say what we like. we might all agree about something, and yet the electorate might have a better view than we. And so, Mr. Speaker, I really do appreciate the things that she said about our devotion, commitment, and energy, which I will graciously accept as support for the whole of the Gibraltar negotiating team, and I accept her conditional support for the work that we have done to date with the work that we have left to do, and I would ask her for no more, because it's what I've asked of my cabinet colleagues and what I ask of Gibraltar as a whole, that we now have the opportunity to find that treaty which is safe and beneficial for Gibraltar.
The Honourable Roy Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, oh yes, it's been a while since I've been here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Chief Minister for his statement on the framework agreement. I have a number of brief questions of clarification, I'm sure he'll be glad to hear. And the first of which is really more of an administrative nature, and then specifically on the framework agreement in respect of frontier fluidity and the would appear to be optional notion of a sort of customs union. Mr. Speaker, purely on the administrative point, can the Chief Minister give an undertaking to this House that an official copy of the framework agreement will be tabled in Parliament as and when he is released to do so by the relevant parties, whether that's the UK or the EU or even Spain, I guess, so that we can have a permanent historical record in Parliament, and also so that people do not have to rely in future on a copy leaked by a Spanish newspaper. And Mr. Speaker, this is especially important because, as he himself has said, the framework agreement can be relied upon in future in terms of interpreting any future treaty that's actually signed. So in that respect, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Chief Minister to give an undertaking to the House to actually table the framework agreement as and when he can. And Mr. Speaker, I've listened with great interest to the Chief Minister in respect of the Schengen controls and the frontier fluidity. But he came up with a phrase which I haven't heard him use before, and he talked about a common travel area within Schengen. Mr. Speaker, this brings to mind, or reminded me, that back in March 2017, when he gave evidence in front of the House of Lords, he talked about a concept of a local border traffic regime. But, Mr. Speaker, we've heard nothing further about it since it was published in that report of March 2017. And in fact, the House of Lords, in their report, seemed to indicate that it would be a workable solution. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just ask you, why was this abandoned in favour of what would appear to be a more complex and intrusive Schengen arrangement? Was this proposal ever put to Spain, and did they reject it? Because, Mr. Speaker, this would be an alternative to what was, or what we're being presented is, the Schengen travel arrangements to maintain frontier fluidity. Certainly back in March 2017, it was thought by certainly those that gave evidence in front of the House of Lords that it would have been a workable alternative. I'm interested to hear the Chief Minister's comments as to why that idea was abandoned, or why it was deemed to be unworkable. And Mr. Speaker, in respect of the option of joining a form of customs union, and I use the words loosely, in some respect, because I appreciate the Chief Minister has said on several occasions, not just at GBC last night, but also in this chamber, that this is a may and not a shall concept within the framework agreement. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I agree with the Father of the House in an interview you gave recently that I personally don't see the need to join any form of customs union, especially since we never have been part of it. And Mr. Speaker, I note the Chief Minister has created a treaty liaison and advisory committee that will look at this question of a sort of customs union or some bespoke arrangement. But I'm concerned to hear, if I heard him correctly today, that he has already discussed this with other parties before the formation of this treaty liaison advisory committee. And I would ask, what sort of advice has the government sought from third parties? Has he already obtained specialist tax advice on the concept of a customs union? And Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that yes, there can be benefits to the customs union, but also there can be some very real costs and obligations. And I would ask the Chief Minister, has any cost-benefits analysis been carried out prior to the inclusion of this idea of an optional customs union suggestion in the framework, which includes VAT implications? And those VAT implications could have all sorts of side effects, such as increasing the cost of living in Gibraltar. So if it got so far as to be into the framework agreement, I would like to know what thinking was done in terms of costing even the idea of it for it to be in the framework, because if it is completely unworkable, then there really is no point it being in the framework agreement. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Chief Minister, is he content with clause 12 in the framework agreement? Because among many things, it requires Gibraltar to apply the common external tariff and apply substantially the same duties and trade policies as the EU, and therefore cannot be described in this particular element of the framework agreement as a bespoke customs union, but rather this is language that pertains to the full customs union. And Mr. Speaker, the devil will be in the detail for sure. And it's important because this sort of language, if it creeps into any treaty, might even prevent us from participating in any free trade agreements the UK may enter into, or indeed any that Gibraltar may wish to enter itself. I mean, for sake of argument, Mr. Speaker, we might want to import products from Australia, but the EU might decide that these will attract a high external tariff. The EU might declare a trade war on the British sausage and ban it for importation into Europe. But we would have to apply EU trade policy. Mr. Speaker, we might not be able to import electric buses from China if the EU decides it goes against their trade policy. And of course, it's not just trade policy, but also their standards. And we would have no actual say or discretion in them because we have no representation in the EU, and we are obviously not members of the club. So, Mr. Speaker, given we have no manufacturing industry to speak of, and I don't know what other advice the Chief Minister has had, I really do not see the benefits at the moment, but I'm happy to be proven otherwise. And Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful when we talk about joining the customs union or a bespoke customs union, because it will have real implications that are far more reaching and intrusive than Schengen. We've all been talking about Schengen, but for me, the bigger issue in this framework is if we ever do agree to go into a customs union, it will have a much more intrusive effect into how trade is actually conducted within our land. The EU will set down certain parameters as to what should be in a VAT system, what tariffs should be applied to the external border, how you should manage the whole VAT system. Again, we don't know whose VAT system we're talking about. Is it going to be our own VAT system, or are we going to tag on to the Spanish VAT system? We have to be very careful, Mr. Speaker. So in that respect, And I appreciate the Chief Minister said it's very difficult to do, but what is the economic benefit to Gibraltar joining the customs union or some sort of bespoke version of the customs union? And indeed, Mr. Speaker, what would happen to our trade ambitions with the Commonwealth or the rest of the world if we have to be bound by what the EU's policy is on trade? I mean, the UK have made a big thing about all the free trade agreements it's entering into. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the order that was tabled earlier refers to lots of them. But, Mr. Speaker, if we go into a customs union with the European Union, we may have to, or we have to be careful if we can exclude it, we may have to abide by their rules on tariffs and trade policy. We have to be very careful with that. Mr. Speaker, I've been captivated by Schrodinger's cat all afternoon. I'm sure the Father of the House will be missing the conversations. I know how great a fan he is of physics. But I would ask the Chief Minister finally on clause 10, and the Chief Minister is adamant about this. He says, if we don't like Frontex, we can terminate the agreement, or if Spain won't accept Frontex, we can terminate the agreement at the end of 4 years. But I would ask the Chief Minister, does that mean the entire treaty would be terminated, or just the elements that relate to Schengen? Because that would be one hell of a termination clause if it was all hinging on whether to have Frontex or not. Because, of course, in this 8-page framework agreement, there's a hell of a lot more in here than just Schengen. And, Mr. Speaker, I haven't even gone on to talk about the level playing field provisions that could impact on us, or even the social security aspects, which, Mr. Speaker, I must confess, maybe it was due to the speed of a need to get this agreement together, where the last 2 annexes are actually in Spanish, and they obviously haven't had time to translate it. So, Mr. Speaker, this agreement goes way beyond just Schengen. There are all sorts of other things in here that really, when it comes to negotiating the final treaty, a very keen and careful eye has got to be applied. And I accept what the Chief Minister says, that he will employ a healthy degree of cynicism. But I think, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this kind of complex negotiation, and especially complex concepts in customs union, we really, really have to be careful with the detail. So, Mr. Speaker, I've been grateful for the Chief Minister if he could address the points I've raised in some way of clarification.
The Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to deal with those points which the Honourable Mr. Clinton has raised. Mr. Speaker, the first question that the Honourable Gentleman raised was whether I would undertake to bring the framework here and table it. I don't need to undertake to do that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm loath to give undertakings because undertakings have a legal meaning. It was my intention to table the framework document today, actually, as a precursor to this framework document discussion. The reason I did not do so, Mr. Speaker, is because the official position between the parties remains that we should not publish it until the European Commission has taken a view, and I read what Mrs. Alberola had said, but the Commission has not yet expressed a view on a mandate. Given that that was the position that we had taken, I thought it not appropriate to, in effect, table something because a newspaper had leaked it, although we're all debating it. And to an extent, we're in a more comfortable place because we wanted it published, but I think it would be inappropriate for me to table it officially. That is my instinct, Mr. Speaker. I believe it needs to be there. I even wondered whether I should read into the Hansard the terms of the framework, so that we hadn't published it or tabled it, but I had read it based on what had come out from the newspaper. So that is my instinct too. The Honourable Gentleman says he hasn't heard me talk about a common travel area before. I have. I've said that on a number of occasions. He mustn't pick and choose which references he makes to what I've said publicly. I've said on a number of occasions that what we're doing is entering into a common travel area between Gibraltar and Schengen. I've said that for months. I've said it, in fact, now for a number of years. And I've expressed it in this particular way. Because we're not talking about membership of Schengen, we're talking about an agreement with Schengen, which creates a free movement area, therefore a common travel area. The reason that common travel area rolls off the tongue is because that is the reference to the arrangement between the Republic of Ireland and the United Kingdom. They have a Schengen, which they call the common travel area. Here what we're doing is talking about entering into a common travel area with the Schengen area, which is its own common travel area. The local border traffic regulation, Mr. Speaker, which I referred to in the House of Lords, I said would not necessarily be appropriate. I already explained in the evidence I gave to the House of Lords, I think on the second occasion that I appeared before them, or a later occasion that I appeared before them, that the local border traffic regulation presented a number of challenges. I also said that Spain had not chosen the local border traffic regulation arrangements in Ceuta. In fact, the local border traffic regulation has a very serious limitation indeed, which is that it has a territorial ambit. In other words, if you enter into a local border traffic regulation arrangement with the European Union, you can go up to a maximum of 50 kilometers. After that, you can't go. And I explained in this House, the Honourable Gentleman is forgetting, that if we were to pursue that, what we would find was that we had done a deal which created great fluidity for Spanish cross-frontier workers, because there aren't 50 kilometers from the frontier south in Gibraltar, but actually very limited mobility for Gibraltarians who wanted to go beyond Sotogrande and beyond Algeciras, because then you would have to show your passport when you got to Tarifa, or you would have to show your passport before you managed to get yourself beyond Sotogrande. It would be a very inoperable system. And then a Gibraltar car could be stopped anywhere by a Guardia Civil who would say, hang on a minute, have you entered Schengen with a stamp on your passport? In which case you can go all the way up to the ends of Denmark. Or haven't you got a stamp for your passport today, in which case you have to turn yourself around when you get to Sotogrande and go back to Gibraltar. And I've already explained that, Mr. Speaker, on a number of occasions. If the Honourable Gentleman has forgotten, look, fair enough. I mean, a lot of time has passed. And this has been a very intense period, but I've already explained that. That is why the local border traffic is not a useful alternative, although he says it's less intrusive. I don't agree with him. I do not agree that the local border traffic regulation is less intrusive. I do not think that Gibraltarians would want that the simple registration mark of their vehicle should expose them to being stopped anywhere in the European Union, in particular in Spain, to show their passports at any time, to show that they had entered the European Union through the land frontier with Spain, with a stamp or not with a stamp. Much more intrusive, potentially on every trip that you take out of Gibraltar. So I think the local border traffic regulation has serious limitations. It is potentially much more individually intrusive into every family or every individual who drives out of Gibraltar or is found out of Gibraltar. Because at every stage, you would have to justify, beyond the territorial ambit of the 50 kilometers, your presence within the territory of the European Union. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the customs union, what I've said, the Honourable Gentleman has picked up, is that that part of these arrangements in the framework, after paragraph 11, are headed could. The Honourable Gentleman looks at paragraph 5, the mobility of persons, it's will. And everything after paragraph 11 is could. So the parties have agreed that if we have a treaty, we want it to include issues relating to mobility of persons. The parties have said to each other, in order, in effect, to make the mobility of persons as fluid as we want it to be, unrestricted, we probably do have to consider something to do with customs. Because otherwise, you've got a customs check, you have immigration fluidity, but you don't have customs fluidity, and therefore, we should have a regard to whether we can also clear this. And so, there are many different permutations of options here. something which suppresses customs controls at a retail level in most instances, or something that entirely suppresses customs control, all of those are completely different. And even the one that entirely suppresses customs control is not having to be in the European Union customs union as a whole. Because as I've explained before, going into the customs union means accepting all of the rules about the production of vehicles, for example. And you know, it's clear to all of us negotiating that this parliament would not have time in the next century to legislate as we would have to catch up on all that we would need to be in the customs union. It's a nonsense, bureaucratically impossible for Gibraltar, and unnecessary. We don't produce cars or anything else. We have no manufacturing industry. So it's a nonsense to say we're going into the customs union. A customs union, let's think of it this way, a common travel area for goods between Gibraltar and the common customs union, if I can explain it in that way to the honourable gentleman, can be done with varying degrees of potential agreement, depending on how much of the control, the customs control, you want to try and suppress. You might suppress retail controls, but not wholesale controls. So you might have continued wholesale controls between you and the European Union, but no retail controls. There are many permutations. And so that is what we are exploring. He said he's concerned to note that I've discussed this with other parties before I've established TELAC. If I hadn't said that I discussed it with other parties before I'd established TELAC, he'd said he was very concerned that I haven't even had a conversation with anyone before even establishing TELAC or having the framework. I've discussed it, Mr. Speaker, with businessmen in Gibraltar who know their businesses inside out, who know their arbitrages inside out, and who have given us indications of all the potential opportunities there might be and all the potential dangers there are too. And that is what we want to take to the representative organizations for further discussion as we engage with the Commission. The Commission might have a completely different view to the one that Spain, Gibraltar, and the United Kingdom have about what might be possible. Although the temperature of the United Kingdom of the Commission has been taken, but it's not until you start negotiating that you understand what is possible. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's not possible to do a cost-benefit analysis, but I don't agree that the only implication is that VAT will push up the cost of living in Gibraltar. Because, of course, if you have VAT, you don't have import duty. And you have varying degrees of VAT. You don't have VAT at one rate. You have the option to put it at different rates. And so you still have those particular opportunities. You have basic excise duties that have to be applied, but in different products, you can choose to go to zero in VAT. In many of them, not in all of them. That's the analysis that is being done, Mr. Speaker. But before we do that in detail, we need to know what it is that is going to be proposed. We have done an exercise, but you cannot do that exercise in detail until you know what it is that is being proposed as the bottom line by the Commission. If the Commission say, well, look, but you have to accept this as the bottom line, then we have to be able to know to say, well, that is not economically viable for Gibraltar. We do an immigration deal, but we don't do a goods deal. And then the analysis, Mr. Speaker, he said the Father of the House has already indicated that this is concerning to him. He has, in the same way as I've expressed it, in exactly the same way. The Cabinet takes the view that this is not something we can commit to. We have to look at it in great detail. Exactly the same position. But the former leader of the GSD has said in an interview also, look, if you're going to have the maximum fluidity and mobility, you've got to consider doing a customs deal. Because otherwise, if they don't stop you at the Policía Nacional passport booth, they'll stop you at the Guardia Civil booth, which is where they frequently stop you and cause the queues. So that is the balance. That is the exercise. And that is the balance, and that is the exercise. The Honourable Gentleman mischaracterizes the potential for accepting the common external tariff and the common commercial policy. Because although paragraph 11 is could, the others under it are will. If you do, then you shall, yeah? But that paragraph doesn't say we'll accept the common commercial policy and the common external tariff. It doesn't. It says substantially. It says substantially. Yeah. So if something is substantially, it is not exactly. There is a caveating principle in there, which is substantially. So there is an opportunity there to understand what the limits of what would or would not be acceptable to the Commission might be before we decide whether we think that this is something which would be positive for Gibraltar or negative for Gibraltar. But look, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman needs to remind himself of the reality of our goods market. You look at goods on the market in Gibraltar today, everything, even what comes from China, is coming to us through the European Union. So if the honourable gentleman wanders into a shop in Main Street, I put it to him, he will find that the lion's share, if not all of the importations, are directly through the European Union. Because somebody in the European Union somewhere has bought not the 50,000 that somebody was going to buy here from China. Somebody has bought 5 million from China into Germany or France or somewhere else, and we've taken 50,000 from there. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand what it is that we're trying to protect. And that is the exercise that we have to do. Right? Because we've got to understand what the limits of our port are. Are we saying that the opportunity of trade upwards into the Common Customs Union is not as interesting as continuing to trade in our small pond, given what we can import directly, not through or from the European Union, from markets beyond the European Union, through our port? I'll give the honourable members the example of tobacco again. All of the tobacco sold in Gibraltar is imported from the European Union. So we've got to understand the relative realities that we're dealing with here, right? And that's the exercise. Before we pretend to be pejorative about something which might end up with the banning of the Great British Sausage. There is nothing that stirs the British heart like the Great British Sausage. The suggestion that a European might interfere between a British man and his sausage is absolutely unacceptable. Unacceptable. I couldn't agree more. The Great British Banger is never going to find itself curtailed in its ability to enter Gibraltar. Of course, Mr. Speaker. But is there that concern? Is that genuine? Of course we might be fearful of that. But look, we will have the opportunity, of course, if we were to decide to do these things and it were to have the consequences the honourable gentleman says, and the Europeans were then brazenly seeking to ban the Great British Sausage, we have the opportunity of getting out of it. Yeah? But we've got to be careful that we don't fall into the trap, Mr. Speaker, of believing that the European Commission will only permit the sale of straight bananas, because that article which appeared in the Telegraph was shown to be untrue. Whoever its author might have been and whatever he may have gone on to become. And Mr. Speaker, I've heard Nigel Farage talk about the Great British Sausage, and I never associated the honourable gentleman with UKIP or the Brexit Party because I thought he defended remaining in the European Union. Which is to say, Mr. Speaker, that before, the British sausage was not at risk, and I doubt that the British sausage will be at risk in the future. Nothing will come between me and my British sausage, and the honourable gentleman can be assured of that. But we've got to do a bit less flag-waving nationalism and do a little bit more careful economic understanding, Mr. Speaker, because these are issues. And we have to be careful. The honourable gentleman said, we have to be careful about entering the customs union. There is no question of us entering the customs union. I've explained that until I'm blue in the face. Perhaps the honourable gentleman just likes to see me blue in the face. We're talking about a bespoke arrangement with the customs union. So a common travel area for goods with less restrictions between Gibraltar and the EU. In other words, you do for goods that which you have done for people, so that you create that fluidity and that unrestricted movement if you can. That's why the framework talks about bespoke. Bespoke. Mr. Speaker, and I do not think that there is any potential loss in the trade deals being done with the rest of the world, because the honourable gentleman needs to understand that the aspect of the trade deals that we are in for is services. We want to trade with the world through the United Kingdom with its trade deals, which we're part of, in respect of services. We've nothing to sell in goods. There is no meaningful market in the production of goods in Gibraltar which we can find a market for. And so we've always said that our interest there is in services. And what we're looking at is services with the UK and through the UK to the world, and goods, query whether we remain a goods island. Remember, we're not even members of the WTO. Do we remain a goods island, or do we enter into an arrangement which might be much more attractive with the European Union, a market of 500 million people, or do we stay a goods island? That's the analysis. That is the analysis that is worth doing. Mr. Speaker, his final question is to say, well, is this termination clause in 4 years a termination clause in respect of the whole agreement? It is, Mr. Speaker. And it's a hell of a termination clause. Because, Mr. Speaker, that is what the choice will be about. Now, the whole agreement that we refer to may just be a Schengen agreement, and there may be none of the rest of it. I mean, the Honourable Gentleman talked about level playing field as if that were a very difficult issue. We are, and we have been until 2 weeks, subject to the European level playing field, right? So it's not as if it's something to be so frightened about, right? And there are only aspects of the level playing field which will be relevant to Gibraltar. Most of the aspects, the ones that the UK was concerned about, are not relevant because they relate to production and the human cost of production and the subsidizing of production, which is not relevant here. So really what we're talking about is that 4-year clause in respect of what could be a free movement of persons and goods deal, or a free movement of persons deal only. And the question in 4 years' time, if there is a treaty, 4 years after that treaty, is if the price then is that the arrangements that Spain wants are the only ones that are acceptable to Spain and the European Union, will you be prepared to do them? Well, we decided that we will have to have a way out because we would not do them. I want to be clear and categorical about that. We would not do them. They would be as unacceptable to us in 4 years' time as they are now. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be in everybody's interest not to have a cliff edge like that, to agree simply arrangements which are acceptable to everyone from the word go. And the fact that arrangements are acceptable for 4 years, in my view, should show that they should be acceptable for even longer, especially if they do bring joint prosperity. But otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we would certainly, if we were in office, press the button and say, well, that's an end to it then. Mr. Speaker, and on the issue of social security, all I will say to the Honourable Gentleman is that those terms that you'll find there are the same terms as in the TCA, but in the Spanish translation of the TCA. And what we have there, Mr. Speaker, therefore, is the first Janito Framework in Principle Agreement, which is a step forward in terms of linguistic bilingualistic recognition, if nothing else. And I was very happy, Mr. Speaker, when I said to my co-negotiators, this is a document in Janito, that they all agreed that it made sense to continue, despite the fact that it was not in just one language. But we are, of course, looking in detail at all of those aspects because we understood them already. They are less than the provisions as they were when we were members of the European Union. It's about taking forward some aspects of that. So it would mean everything staying the same in terms of workers and social security. This is a distillation of the current systems of social security to an extent, and giving to flow the same that stock have in respect of social security. In a nutshell, although there is a lot more detail behind that. I hope I've dealt with the questions the Honourable Gentleman raised.
The Honourable Albert Isola.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. We're in the middle of a government statement, and obviously members on this side are asking questions for clarification of the government, but I don't understand the basis on which the minister would intervene in a government statement to ask for clarification from the government. He's a member of the government. Does he ask for clarification from himself? On what basis is this being done?
I think you have to wait and see, with due respect.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I hope that I'm also able to assist my good friend, the Chief Minister, in providing clarification to members of the opposition in terms of some of the points that they've raised, which I would also like to comment on in hoping to assist them in their understanding of the framework agreement that the Chief Minister has described today. And in doing that, Mr. Speaker, I have to start by expressing some disappointment at the manner in which the opposition, I will come to the point, the manner in which the opposition have characterized not just this framework of principles, an agreement to agree in the future.
On the point of order, this is not a debate. It's a ministerial statement by the Chief Minister who is asked for clarification by members opposite. The Chief Minister can reply or not reply. He has replied extensively to the points made by the honourable members on this side of the House. This is not a debate, Mr. Speaker. If they want to have a debate and other members of the government want to contribute, they should put a motion. When the Honourable Mr. Ligudi intervened, he is a backbench on the government side. He is not a member of the government and therefore does not infringe the principle that he is asking the government for clarification being a member of the government, because he's not a member of the government. But Mr. Isola is a member of the government. They cannot have two cracks at the whip when they're making one ministerial statement and the Chief Minister is extensively replying to every single speaker on this side of the House. There is no procedural basis for this.
Mr. Speaker, I fear the honourable gentleman has not followed recently the practice in the United Kingdom where ministerial statements are accompanied by attempts to assist the House, including by members of the government. So the honourable gentleman obviously hasn't seen some of the statements on COVID-19 and indeed on Brexit, where a minister has made a statement and other ministers, usually in that department or even in other departments, have assisted the House in clarifying issues which have arisen in the course of debate. That is all that I think the Honourable Minister Isola wants to do. But if they're concerned to hear from the Honourable Minister, then, I mean, one does wonder what it is that they don't want to hear about the clarifications that he is able to provide on behalf of the government, Mr. Speaker, because this is the point. This is the point. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has said this is a Chief Minister's statement. It's not a Chief Minister's statement. It's a government statement, and therefore every member of the government is able to clarify and speak on the government statement.
I understand the position taken by the Leader of the Opposition. I don't say that it's something new. I think it's happened before, at least once during my time, where a government minister has got up to express a view on a statement made by the government, by the Chief Minister. However, if the Leader of the Opposition objects, then I will ask the Honourable Minister to stand down.
Mr. Speaker, I have objected for the reasons given in my objection. I'm not aware of a practice, and I cannot recall if Mr. Speaker is correct. Well, then certainly in future, and I'll have a private word with him behind the Speaker's chair, perhaps. But I cannot recall an occasion when this has happened. But I look, if there is a practice I'm unaware of in this House, well, then we can look at it. But this calls into question the whole debate that we have been on occasion raising, that there is a real dire need to amend the rules of this House.
The Honourable Daniel Featon.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try and be as brief as I can possibly can. Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Honourable Chief Minister, in his responses to the Leader of the Opposition, started very well. I think he went slightly off-piste halfway through his response and ended up skiing in Sierra Nevada when he started getting personal with the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition. The reality, Mr. Speaker, does he not agree with me? The reality is that no self-respecting Leader of the Opposition, no self-respecting opposition would refrain from expressing concerns about a seminal document such as the Framework Agreement if it genuinely held those concerns? And does he not agree with me as well that expressing concern does not mean deploying destructive opposition politics? It doesn't mean that anybody on this side is being unpatriotic. It doesn't mean that anybody on this side is being a bad Gibraltarian. On the contrary, it is discharging.
Will the Minister, the member, resume his seat? He is not seeking clarification. He is now making a statement. Now, if I want to put my foot down on others that have made statements before seeking clarification, then we have an issue. So, but I will allow the Minister, but I want to make the member, but I want to make the position clear that in future, if I go by the letter of standing orders, we will not have any statements. We will go straight into clarification. But please, you may resume.
I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to Mr. Speaker, and of course, this is, Mr. Speaker, the only opportunity that we, of course, have in Parliament to vocalise any concerns that we may have on this side of the House, and sometimes asking for clarification. One also has to delve into making some statement because it provides the context to the clarification that is being sought. But I was going to, Mr. Speaker, make this point, and I hope that it's recognised, and I think he has recognised that there hasn't been, in my respectful view, there hasn't been a more constructive leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, than Kiffa Sopardi as leader of the opposition. And I'm asking him to accept that in the context of what has been a government statement and the subsequent statements that the Honourable the Chief Minister has made. There hasn't been a more constructive leader of the opposition than Kiffa Sopardi, more supportive of the government, but of course there is another side to that particular coin, and it's this, Mr. Speaker, that as the Honourable the Chief Minister in his statement, I think it was, that he mentioned the fact that, or in his responses, he mentioned the fact that he had shared with the opposition two versions of the framework agreement. But of course, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition expressed his concerns at some of the language and some of the paragraphs of those earlier versions. And therefore, what he has done today is nothing more, nothing less than, in fact, vocalised some of the concerns that he's already expressed privately, rightly so, to the Honourable the Chief Minister. I'll come to my question, Mr. Speaker. He did yesterday...
With the greatest respect to the Honourable Gentleman, we have just been told that a government minister cannot speak to clarify things that have been raised by members, and yet a member of the opposition has got up to clarify what the leader of the opposition has said. Not to clarify the government statement, to seek to advocate for the leader of the opposition, not to seek clarification of what it is that I've said. I will deal with all the things that he has said in seeking to advocate for the leader of the opposition, who he obviously thinks, Mr. Speaker, cannot speak for himself. But can he be asked, please, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the statements he's making in the way that you've suggested, which is to seek clarification of my statement?
Mr. Speaker, I come to my question. I do welcome, Mr. Speaker, some of the statements that he has made, and in fact some of the clarification today, and also last night during the course of the question and answer session. And one of those was something that's important, which is that his government would not agree to having Spanish police officers at the airport or at any other entry point after a period of 4 years, because in those 4 years it would be Frontex, and then after 4 years the Spanish government's position, as reflected in the agreement, is it'll be Spanish police officers. Now, there is a consequence to that, and that means that if he cannot persuade the Spanish government to continue, for example, with Frontex indefinitely, and the Spanish government says no, it has to be Spanish police officers, and the European Commission essentially says, well, that's what's going to go into the treaty. What happens after the period of 4 years? If he leads the government, does he at that stage, bearing in mind that then we're faced with the reality of Spanish police officers, does he then say, right, we're coming out of Schengen? Or at that stage, do we have a situation whereby there might be a referendum, for example, on our exit from Schengen? That's the first question that I asked. Now, the second question is this, and it arises out of all this question about weaknesses in position. I think the Honourable the Chief Minister said, well, you know, by saying that we have no leverage, we are weakening our position. And of course, the Honourable the Chief Minister has, I think it was about 2 months ago, said, well, look, if we don't do a deal, we're sitting ducks. I think that's a statement that he made publicly. But of course, the reality is that we may end up, because he has said so himself in his statement, there is uncertainty about the situation. Because, I mean, essentially what this has brought us is an extra 6 months within which now to agree a treaty that hopefully will deal with the concerns that we've raised on our side, and any concerns that in fact have been privately expressed to the Chief Minister by even ministers on their side. But of course, does he not agree with me that the suggestion that if there is no agreement, we are either sitting ducks, or that Gibraltar is going to be facing ruin, or all of that is not the case, because Gibraltar will survive, Gibraltar will endure, and in fact we will find a way out of this. Because, and that I think is very, very important, does not agree with me that it's very, very important for that message to go out, because otherwise we are in the territory of the Margallo argument, Mr. Speaker, because Mr. Margallo's argument has been, well, look, these guys are sitting ducks because they need to come to an agreement, and therefore now is the time for us to be asking for joint sovereignty, because they are bound to accept that, because they are so desperate for an agreement. And I have never agreed with that. And therefore I don't agree with the argument that is postulated by some people that we need to accept any agreement, Mr. Speaker, because we are somehow in such a position of weakness that we need to be accepting any agreement in order to ensure that Gibraltar moves forward and prospers. And can he give some positivity in relation to that too? Because that, I think, is important in terms of the message that goes out, that Gibraltar is just simply not going to be accepting a bad agreement. And he has also said, I give him credit for this, he has also said that no agreement is better than a bad agreement. But for that to be the case, there has to be a very clear message, that this will not be ruination for Gibraltar if at the end of the day we have to accept that the terms that are being put in front of Gibraltar are unpalatable.
The Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when the Honourable Gentleman started, I did wonder whether he was acting for the Leader of the Opposition or acting Leader of the Opposition, or simply, once again, acting. Because I do fear, Mr. Speaker, that very often we don't get to see the reality of what it is that the Honourable Gentleman thinks. First of all, I find it very difficult to understand the concerted effort not to hear from the Honourable Albert Isola. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that the Honourable Mr. Isola will be able to tell us what he thinks. I could give way to him now, but I don't want to test your patience in that respect, especially at this time on a Friday. He will be able to make a statement about what he thinks. But I wonder why it is that the opposition haven't wanted to hear his clarificatory statements about the things that we've been debating today. Now, if it was because the opposition insists that you can only get up to clarify something that has been said in the government statement, I would have understood that. Except, of course, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition seems to have been crushed with an egg on his face by the man sitting to his left, who then gets up not to start to seek clarification of my statement, but to seek to conject what I said. Now, I think that's very important, Mr. Speaker, because I started my response to the Leader of the Opposition by deprecating the fact that he had chosen to characterize me in a way that was not statesmanlike. He referred to me as a second-hand car salesman, which is what Hansard will show. And I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm simply going to deal with the issues that you've raised. This is too important. What does Mr. Feetham do? He gets up and says, it's terrible that you called him names. Mr. Speaker, he did get a cross wire. I was the one called a name. Not that there's anything wrong with second-hand car salesmen, Mr. Speaker. One of them is one of my best friends, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, so I don't get it. The Honourable Gentleman says it's not a name, but when he looks at the characterization that he made of me, when he compared me to a second-hand car salesman, I hope that second-hand car salesmen never vote for him again, Mr. Speaker, because he's obviously demonstrated that he doesn't think them straight, because that's how he was trying to characterize me. But for the Honourable Mr. Feetham to get up and accuse me of having called the Leader of the Opposition names is just remarkable. First of all, this has been an excellent debate, Mr. Speaker, it's not a debate, as Speaker Canepa would have reminded me, this has been an excellent opportunity for the government to make a statement and for honourable members to clarify aspects which concern them and give the community an indication of the areas of their concern. A robust debate, but we haven't called each other anything until the Honourable Gentleman has got up and told me off for having called the person who called me something which I haven't called him. It's remarkable, Mr. Speaker. As usual, the Honourable Gentleman's ability to entertain is legion, but the Honourable Gentleman's ability to clarify or contribute positively to anything is minuscule, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely minuscule. And if that were not clear enough in imputing to me name-calling to the Leader of the Opposition, which I did not do, he then says, obviously with his conscience biting so deep into his brain, Mr. Speaker, that it hurt him, that it is not fair that we have said it is unpatriotic, destructive opposition politics, and un-Gibraltarian to seek clarification of these things. It would have been absolutely wholly unfair. And that's why we haven't done it. In all of the remarks I've made in response to the Leader of the Opposition, to the Honourable Lady and to Mr. Clinton, I have not for one moment said that they have been unpatriotic, destructive opposition politicians or un-Gibraltarian. I have thanked them for being constructive and positive in their engagement with us. I don't know what Mr. Feetham was listening to. Perhaps he was hooked in to those of his social media sycophants that seem to be the only people he is capable of leading these days. Because he wasn't listening to this debate in this House and to his leader. He has a leader now, Mr. Speaker. He has to remember, it's not him. His leader, the lady who got more votes than all of them in the last poll, the person whose job he wants to take, and all of the other contributions. He wasn't listening. But in his mind, he heard something that just has not happened. So for the purposes of clarification, I'm happy to tell him that I didn't call the Leader of the Opposition names, I didn't call him unpatriotic, I didn't call him un-Gibraltarian, or consider that anything he has done is destructive opposition politics. I recognize the constructive way in which we've worked together, and I have robustly, I think, dealt with the issues that he raised, despite being called something which I take great honour in, because every job is a job that has its virtue, including second-hand car salesmen. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman does take me into a surreal world once in a while. But I do not accept that this is the only opportunity that we have to vocalise concerns about this. It's utter nonsense, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Gentleman can bring a motion on any subject and vocalise his concerns. How can he say that this is the only circumstance that he has, the only opportunity he has to vocalise concerns? He can call GBC up and say, Daniel Feetham, former leader of the opposition, former leader of the Labour Party, former member of the executive of the GSLP here, I've got a view about these things which I'd like to share with the public if anyone is interested in hearing the former's view. Perhaps they might not be interested. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, this is his only opportunity to stand up and be heard, because he's no longer the leader of the party that has taken the constructive approach that I've said they have taken. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for once again giving me the opportunity at least to express our continued disillusion with his approach to these parliamentary proceedings. Because, when he says that there hasn't been anybody more constructive than the leader of the opposition when it comes to issues such as this, he is echoing me, except, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying it genuinely. He's saying it to damn him with faint praise. That's the reality. That's the reality of what he's doing. Let's put it out into the open. What the Honourable Mr. Feetham is saying is, I would have been tougher, boys. If it were me, I'd be hauling them over the coal, boys. That is the clarification required, Mr. Speaker, of the statements we have just heard. That is the call to arms to all those at the fringes of social media. Mr. Speaker, at any moment now, I expect the Confederate flag to be brought into this place. That's what we're dealing with, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're dealing with. I'm surprised the Honourable Gentleman didn't put on some orange makeup before coming in here. I'm genuinely saying, as honourable members know, because we've known each other for too long, I'm genuinely saying there's been a constructive engagement with the leader of the opposition, constructive engagement with the lady opposite. We don't agree on everything, but that's all right. It's a conditional, let's try and get this treaty right. He is saying, let me give the leader of the opposition as much of the kiss of death as I can by saying that he's been constructive in this respect. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I look forward to the analysis of historians when they read these speeches and they write up what it is that they make of them. So, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't need to advocate for the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition does a plenty good job of advocating for himself. I might disagree with him on political issues. We might go at each other robustly hammer and tongs, but we've known each other for many years. I don't think anything that Keith Asobali does is un-Gibraltarian, unpatriotic, or designed in any way to negatively affect the interests of Gibraltar. We might disagree about it. There is a political issue in play, of course, but this is what constructive politics is about. It's not what we used to have before. Mr. Speaker, on the question of whether my government would at any stage accept Spanish law enforcement officials at the airport and the port. I've been abundantly clear already, so I'm surprised that the Honourable Gentleman wants me to be abundantly clear again. As usual, it doesn't sound like constructive politics when something that you've said and is clear is something that they want you to repeat, and you wonder why it is that they want you to repeat it. But I don't mind, Mr. Speaker, saying that if in 4 years' time the issue, if we do have a treaty, and then in 4 years' time the option is to continue but with Spanish guards or not continue, I don't mind saying, Mr. Speaker, that I would make the choice not to continue. I said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I've just said it to Mr. Clinton, but I said yesterday, whilst I have breath in my lungs, I'll be arguing against that, because I sincerely believe that it is not in our best interest to have Spanish police at the airport and at the port at the end of this 4-year period. Would there be a referendum? Well, Mr. Speaker, look, there are many circumstances in which a referendum might or might not be possible. I don't think, without even having negotiated the treaty, that we should be looking at those things at this stage. But if there were a referendum, Mr. Speaker, what side would he be on? Would he be arguing that because there's so much at stake, we should permit the Spanish Civil Guard there? Is that why he's asking? Because he knows that my answer is that we shouldn't have the Spanish Civil Guard. Why is he asking me whether there'd be a referendum? Surely he should say, well, with Joe Bassano in government, with Joseph Garcia in government, with the whole of the GSLP Liberals in government, I don't want a referendum on this issue. I know they will stand firm. They've already said it. Why is it that he's proposing a referendum? What side would he be on? Is he saying in a referendum he would want a referendum because he would want the possibility of us voting in favour as a community, despite the government being against it, that the Spanish Civil Guard should be at the airport? Mr. Speaker, he never ceases to amaze me, but nothing would surprise me. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we are very clear. In 4 years' time, we will, if there is a treaty, we would be in an even stronger position to deal with that question, and an even stronger position to be able to say no, as we would have today on the 31st of December, if that had been the choice. If the choice was to do this, but only with Spanish guards from day one, we would have said no. If the choice in future is to do it and continue to do it, but only with Spanish guards, we would say no. No to Spanish police at the airport and the port, for reasons unrelated to today, but related to the history of the Spanish institutions and the way that they've dealt with Gibraltar. I've expressed that already. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to be very clear with the Honourable Gentleman. I have been potentially misquoted once, but never again. Gibraltar will survive and thrive without a deal. I've said that before. I don't want to make an assessment of the relative weaknesses and strengths of our position, but we employ 15,000 people from outside Gibraltar. Before any one of the 12,000 Gibraltarians loses their job, there's 15,000 people who would lose it before. That's the position of the government of Gibraltar that I lead. It always has been. But what he wants to do is to make me say things like that which might rile our Spanish counterparts, to make the opportunity of a successful treaty even less likely. And, Mr. Speaker, it is right that we should not fall into those traps, that we should continue constructive engagement, because whether we don't have a deal in 6 months or whether we don't have a deal that continues after 4 years, we will do very well indeed. And no Gibraltarian will want for anything, as long as we ensure that despite the very difficult situation in which we find ourselves in COVID, we once again reestablish the stability of our public finances like every nation in the world, but sooner in Gibraltar, and we take the steps that we need to take to ensure that we are the masters of our destiny, not just now, not just in 4 years, but always. Mr. Speaker, there is a politics which is in the interests of this community, which is positive, engaging, robust, and takes us forward. There is a politics which is about needling. It's about pretending that somebody has said something which they haven't said. It's about seeking clarifications about things that have never been put and mischaracterizing the way that this debate has gone. That is the politics that we have heard from the Honourable Gentleman. Again, as usual, it's the Mr. Feetham that it's the Mr. Feetham that was rejected by his party, rejected by this community, and will continue to find that he will not prosper where he continues down that road. Perhaps one day he'll change. Even Anakin did in the end.
Suspension of standing orders. The Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move Standing Order 7.3 to suspend Standing Order 7.1 in order to proceed with government bills.
Those in favour? Those against? Carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House should now adjourn to Friday the 5th of February at 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
I now propose the question, which is that this House do now adjourn to Friday the 5th of February at 3 p.m. I now put the question, which is that this House is now adjourned to Friday the 5th of February at 3 p.m. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Passed. The House will now adjourn to Friday the 5th of February at 3 p.m.